forgot to unmute again. Oh my god. Hello, 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 hello. It is I, your Armored VTuber, Ryu Shinden, and welcome again to yet rather special actually stream. Today is Wednesday, almost 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But here in my place, it's 2:29 a.m. midnight. Yes, I do stream at midnight here in our whatever place that I am. Let's just say I'm in Southeast Asia. As you all know, I am from the Philippines, so it is definitely nighttime here, and this is also the reason why whenever I stream, I have to lower my voice because there's a lot of people that are already sleeping whenever I stream, and I don't want to disturb them. So anyway, welcome to the stream. For those of you who are watching, hello there. For those of you who are just lurking, checking me out, that's perfectly fine. Hello, welcome to you as well. Welcome to the Hero Base. And for those of you who followed, thank you so much for the follow. And if you're watching, enjoy the stream. If you don't want to chat, that's perfectly fine. But if you wanted to say something, anything at all, whether an opinion on what you see or a violent reaction about me and the stupid things that I'm doing, you can go ahead and post it in the chat. I will definitely address that. So anyway, we got a very special stream today actually. What we're gonna do today is Major League Gaming. Oh my god. Ryu Shinden finally playing a game all stream? Is this a miracle? Are the crows white now? Are pigs flying now? Huh? Is there like a catastrophe or a cataclysmic event that will happen in the next few days that Ryu Shinden decided to stream a whole game? Maybe not. No, I just thought about doing a completely gaming stream, and now that I think about it, here's the thing though. Actually, I wanted to address first the thing about schedules. Now, I did definitely already decided on the type of schedule that we'll be making. I am still doing the finalization of the basically the stream schedule photo. Already edited most of it, but basically the whole idea about the new stream schedules that I came up with to make the streams more manageable to watch and to look forward to, and so we have like compartmentalized content for the YouTube channel, which I'll be talking about later. We have like a compartmentalized way of streaming content, and also editing content for me on the behind the scenes. I have decided to like segregate each type of content into different days, so that on a specific day you'll be expecting the specific content and whatnot. Although we have some variety here and there, which is basically what the Free Talk Fridays is for. We will be having like a more let's say a more specific type of content on the other days, the Monday and the Wednesday ones. So basically, what we'll be doing is I will be declaring Wednesdays as gaming days. Wednesdays or gaming days that will be including video games. Most of the time I'll be streaming video games, although you would occasionally like see moments like this where I just talk a lot of nonsense before I actually play the game. Primarily Wednesdays would be for gaming. So whether we are playing old games, new games, games that we'll be doing in a series like this one, which I'll be talking about later. Any type of game, video game, and whatnot, that will be as long as it is a video game, because I am streaming on Twitch and might as well stream a video game. So Wednesdays will be dedicated for that. Now, for Mondays, I know I'm going back, but let me explain first. For Mondays, actually, let's make it more simpler to understand. Fridays, just like what we did last time, we will be doing Free Talk Fridays, where we just discuss whatever we fancy. It's basically a random Friday. Talk about the things that happened over the week with me or another person or whatnot, what goes on to the internet lately and whatnot that I wanted to talk about. We'll do some reacts, some memes, anything under the sun, anything particularly. There's no like set. There might be some Fridays where we'll be discussing some specific things. Free Talk Friday is basically free talk. Just whatever that I wanted to discuss, whenever you wanted to discuss as an audience, whatever you wanted me to react to or whatnot, we'll be doing that on Fridays. Okay, so Free Talk Fridays is for that. It's basically random stuff all over. I have no set script. I have no outlines of what I'm doing. Well, I do have a short outline of what I will be doing on my end, just to make sure that I don't forget anything. It's basically me just doing whatever, talking whatever, doing whatever, watching whatever. Maybe we can play some games if there's some time, but Free Talk Fridays is basically for talking, for chatting and the likes. So it's more and more talk. Now, Mondays would be Big Events Day. Monday is a Big Events Day / tabletop RPG days. So as you know, I am a big fan of tabletop RPGs. I am both a player and a game master or dungeon master for quite a while now. And I wanted to discuss things like Dungeons and Dragons, tabletop RPGs in general, like even other systems. So we'll be discussing that. We'll be talking about gameplay aspects when it comes to roleplay, even role-playing aspects. Maybe you guys can give some tips on how to run games or how to play games, or maybe I can give out some tips for myself on how to run and play tabletop role-playing games and whatnot. So that will be Mondays. Now this will be a double feature. So depending on what will happen, I will also make Mondays Big Event Mondays, wherein we'll be doing a very, very specific event on a Monday. As a matter of fact, one of them, for example, is the Filipino food tier list, which I have been moving around and shifting around in schedules for so long. But don't you worry, I promise this next Monday we'll be doing a Filipino food tier list. Unbiased, unadulterated, no preferences, no nationalities, nationalism, patriotism, nothing of that. Will be me impartially ranking Filipino food. All right. So if you need a clean, neutral take on Filipino food, I'm your guy. So yeah. So next Monday will be that. But along with that, Mondays will be also RPG Mondays, wherein we again discuss tabletop role-playing games, or maybe, just maybe, play some tabletop role-playing games, maybe with myself, because I do have plans. I'm actually cooking up plans for this project wherein we will run a DM-less or Dungeon Master-less tabletop RPG every Monday for probably about 2 hours or 3 hours or so, and then we can discuss everything else. That's one of the upcoming projects that I'm planning on doing every Mondays, and I'm talking about EST, guys, not Philippine Standard Time. I'm talking about Eastern Standard Time in the US. So that's why I'm talking Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. So again, for the schedules, Mondays would be RPG Mondays and or Big Event Mondays. Wednesdays will be Gaming Wednesdays, and Fridays will be Free Talk Fridays. So that's basically the schedule that I have come up with that would make everything neat, at least when it comes to like what do you expect on a particular day and whatnot. Now, don't you worry, I'll be posting probably later in the day on Twitter my actual schedules for the next week. All right, we'll be starting the schedules for the next week. So you'll know what we'll be doing for this particular day and whatnot. So that would be technically for October. The new schedules will be technically the new schedules that I'll be posting will be technically on October. That's the start. So that'll be actually good because we're starting off the month with a proper schedule. At least we're not starting on the middle of the month. We're starting at the start of the month, literally, for the new schedules. Right? Okay. So that's for the schedules. Again, just so you know, I already have a Twitter account. That's www.twitter.com/RyoSinjan. You can go ahead and give me a follow there, just so you know what I'll be doing. You know, what I'm doing, what I'm planning, and whatnot in terms of my content, and maybe some sprinkle of personal life here and there. Maybe some memes as well, funny memes. Oh, and actually, speaking with Twitter, I have this very interesting story that happened very recently with Twitter. For those of you who actually follow my Twitter, I did post some things on Twitter that kind of blew up, and I didn't really expect it. Or maybe I'm expecting it, but I'm not. Well, maybe I'm half expecting it. To be honest, I'm half expecting it. But I didn't realize how much it blew up. And it blew up really well. For those of you who didn't know, I actually posted some air quotes fan art. Air quotes. I'm gonna explain it later on why. I just posted some air quotes fan arts of basically the male version of a particular VTuber group, a very, very prominent VTuber group, which is heyo. And I am a big fan of heyo, and I definitely watched almost all of them. I do watch some of them more than others, but they are equally good to me, good for me, and I have been a fan of them for actually quite a while. I really do enjoy their streams, and I definitely follow them on their Twitch accounts, Twitch channels, and on their Twitter accounts as well. So apparently, well, I actually posted an air quote fan art of them, of each heyo member. But the twist is they are basically male. And it blew up. I kinda half expect and kinda did not expect that the thing would blow up so much, so much that I was like, okay, what did I just do? What did I just unleash? But even until now, I posted this like 2 or 3 days ago. 2 days ago, technically. Excuse me. And it blew up to like 600 likes, 45 retweets, 56 retweets, 500 likes. And I was like, wow. All right. Now there are two things, or actually there are multiple things that I realized about this situation when it comes to Twitter. And again, I'm talking about Twitter. I've talked about Twitter for so much because how fascinated I am with this website and the people that are using it, which are very, very interesting to observe. Basically, what I noticed is, one, if you use the proper hashtags, you will definitely reach a lot of people. And I mean a lot of people. Hashtags are very, very powerful. You see, I am one of those people before, way back, that believe that hashtags doesn't do anything because I'm a boomer. Because I'm basically a boomer. I had this notion, I had this perception that hashtags doesn't really do anything, and it's just a way for Zoomers and millennials to be in the trend. Which is ironically what the hashtag is for. It's actually for something to actually trend technically, or for a particular tweet to trend. So basically hashtags are more of like, it enables Twitter to basically disseminate your tweet on people that may be interested in this particular content, maybe on this particular tweet. So I did realize that hashtags are very, very powerful if used properly. Because my profile, I only really have like very, very few followers. I only have like 39 followers, and I think like 80% of them are follow bots that just wanted me, and that are graphic artist air quotes. Most of them are not. I'm pretty sure that most of them are not even made by humans. The ones that follow my Twitter, which is, again, if you can go ahead and follow my Twitter. I definitely realized the power of hashtags and how much it can expose your post or your Twitter post. Because my account, my profile, it doesn't really have that much audience or that much reach in terms of like how many people are following my posts, how many people are actually seeing my post in general, versus how many people seen my post with this particular hashtag. So I was very fascinated due to the fact that if you use the right hashtags, your post will blow up. Your post will be seen by so many people. And I mean so many. From an otherwise obscure Twitter account that has very, 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 very few followers, and most of them are not even human. My posts have been blowing up. A lot of people, for some reason, have seen my post and decided to like it or retweet it. So so fascinating. So fascinating. Uh, Maybe that's how Twitter works in terms of like algorithm and how they share and make other people see your post. Uh, and I think hashtags is like the one of the bigger contributing factors on on how your posts are being seen. That even if you have a very obscure, rather not special or not really that, what you call it, not really that prominent Twitter account, a lot of people will see your post and would react to your post even as long as you're using the proper hashtags. So that's why I'm changing. I'm kind of changing my mind about hashtags and how they work and how I would be using them. Because it seems like that it does help with your Twitter post being exposed to other people and making other people aware of your Twitter posts and the content of it. So yeah, especially if you have like very few following, very few followers, basically. But again, I think it is also very important from my observation. It's also very important that you have like a lot of followers, because a lot of those followers would probably also retweet your content, and the followers of that particular Twitter user would also see the post, and maybe they would like or they would retweet that, and so on and so on. So it's very very fascinating. So yeah, about the art, the fan art, I was using air quotes earlier uh, because technically those are not my art. technically speaking, technically speaking, I basically use this website called Pycrew, and you know what's funny is I have been using that website also for making NPCs for my D&D games. I have this particular like website. In that website, where I make NPCs for tokens. So I've been using that as well, but I didn't know that they have this particular Pycrew website link wherein you can make these kind of art by combining different types of I could call them asset, and then putting together like an image. Basically, what it does, or what I did at least, is there is this website in Pycrew, Picrew. Let me pull up that website link again because I forgot the. Is it pycrew.me? Yeah, pycrew.me. On that website, there are several, and I mean numerous, image makers, what they call, wherein you can make an image from a set of image that you mix and match. Let's say you can for this particular image, you can choose the hairstyle, the shape of the face, the shape of the eyes, the eye color, the eyebrow position, the type of eyebrow, if they have demon ears, if they have demon horns, if they have any other accessories, a lot of those. Basically, it's paper doll. The concept of paper dolls, or basically character creation when it comes to video games. That's basically it. And I came across this website link wherein a Pycrew image maker wherein you can make these androgynous men, and I thought a lot of people are asking for Rishoujo or Rishonen, the basically the male branch of Rishoujo, because they're all girls, they're all females, they're all female VTubers in an agency, and a lot of people are asking for their male counterparts or a male version of V-shoujo, which is V-shonen, as they called. So I made these, and what's I made these like male versions of every V-shoujo member, and it blew up. And a lot of people liked it, and a lot of people retweeted it. So yeah, and another thing that I noticed is a lot of retweets, a lot of likes, but no comments and no follows. Not really sure why. Maybe because they don't really have anything to say about it. Or maybe most of the Twitter users that sent a like isn't really, what you call it, aren't really the talkative type, I should say. So not really sure with that. I'm not really sure about that. And why that's the case. But maybe they don't really have anything to say about the images. They just really liked it, and they already retweeted it. So that's another fascinating thing. Another thing is no follows. So, well, I can't blame them. I can't really blame them because I'm not the type of content creator that they know already that they wanted to follow. There's no incentive for them to follow me. At least they're not aware yet. But no follows, which that I understand. I perfectly understand because who am I? I'm just a VTuber, small time VTuber, starting out. I haven't really blown up yet myself, as I am. What did blow up is the thing that I made, which is I made on a work lunch. I only have like an hour to do it, and I did it in like 25 minutes tops. All of those images, there's 25 minutes tops. I did them within a 1 hour break. So I was like, okay, this is cool. I'm gonna go ahead and post it on Twitter, and yeah, that's what. A lot of people liked it. A lot of people retweeted it. And that is the first time that I actually got that kind of attention. Well, not attention with myself, but what I did. So I guess that's the reason why there were no comments or not even a follow, because they like what they saw and didn't really know who that was that made it. Doesn't really matter to them anyway. So I cannot blame them. But that's quite fascinating. It's quite cool. I would be a hypocrite if I didn't say that I enjoyed the 15 seconds of fame and whatnot. But even if it's not directed for me, it's directed on what I just did. It's nice. It's nice. Very nice. So there's that. So anyway, again, if you haven't, you can go ahead and follow me on Twitter to know what's going on with me, what I'm doing whenever I stream, or plan on streaming. I go ahead and post it on my Twitter. So go ahead and give it a follow. So what else? What else on the agenda? Actually, I will be watching this rather interesting video that I just came across literally hours ago before I streamed, and I thought it will be a good idea to watch it on stream as well, to react to it. I almost watched it by myself offline, but I thought, wait, hey, you can go ahead and watch it. This will be a very interesting react video. So basically, that's what I'll be doing right now. So just give me one moment while I set it up. What? Okay. Just give me one moment here. Let me make sure I'm big enough here. All right, let me set it up real quickly. see if it's will work fine. Okay. All right. I guess we're good. Okay. So let me turn off this one. Okay. So this video. Okay. So um what we'll be doing right now is to react on a particular video. As I mentioned, I almost watched this offline, but I thought that it will be more interesting to react on stream, uh, because this is particularly interesting, and this is something that is close to my heart, near and close to my heart, uh, because it's about Saturday morning cartoons. And another special thing about it is actually a video. If you recognize the face over there, the face of Scorn over there, this is a video from Cinemassacre, and the owner of Cinemassacre, or the creator or the founder of Cinemassacre, is none other than James Rolfe. And if you recognize that name, he is, I definitely whatever you're thinking is correct. He is the creator of the Angry Video Game Nerd. That's his creation, and he was very well known for that character and for that series. And you know what? What's funny about it is James Rolfe is someone that I have been following since way before YouTube, way back in the early days of content creation and video content. James Rolfe is one of if probably the only content creator that I followed back then, way before YouTube even blew up. Uh, from what I remember, he used to post his videos on a website called GameTrailers.com, which is basically, I think that particular website helped produce his content, and he posted his videos there. And the thing is, this is way before YouTube blew up, and James Rolfe and the Angry Video Gamer is one of those content creators that I followed even way back before all of this happened. Basically, all of this is what we have right now, and he's basically an institution, a pillar of content creation, especially with nerd stuff, like video games and movies. So he's a content creator that I definitely trust whenever it comes to content. I definitely trust that whatever he's doing here will be good, uh, and will be informative and even entertaining. And I thought that it will be a very good. Uh, it will be very good, and I thought it will be very good to actually react to this video because it's quite fascinating. It's created by a content creator that I really follow, and it's about something that I definitely did enjoy when I was a wee little lad, and brings back nostalgic feelings whenever I hear about it or watch about it. So yeah. So basically, the video here is what happened to Saturday morning cartoons. So, gonna go ahead and watch it. Let me make sure that my volume levels are very good. So, let me increase that a little bit. Okay, here we go.
Remember Saturday morning cartoons from the 60s until the 90s? The three big TV networks, ABC, CBS, and NBC, would show a block of cartoons every Saturday, generally from 8 a.m. till noon or 1, give or take.
Okay, so for those of you who don't know, I do not live in the U.S. I have never lived in the U.S., nor I do not live currently. I did not live in the US, nor I am not currently living in the US. I am from the Philippines. I am in Southeast Asia. So I'm kind of familiar with those channels that James mentioned. That is because of my exposure to the internet. Um, but not like I'm familiar with those channels when I was little. But the thing is, Saturday morning cartoons is something that we also Filipinos here in the Philippines do have. And the thing is, if I am not mistaken, most of the Saturday morning cartoons that was shown here in the Philippines were also the same Saturday morning cartoons that was shown in the US or in other countries basically. Um, Although it's not really the up to date ones, there might be some cartoons that was shown here that was already like finished or canceled and whatnot in the US where they came from. It's not new to me. It's not new to us Filipino kids to also be familiar with Saturday morning cartoons because we do also have the same concept here. Um, it's actually not only Saturday morning cartoons. We also have Sunday morning cartoons, although they have time difference because Sunday morning is where like church. We actually have televised church services here in our country every Sunday, 8 a.m. from what I remember. But Saturday definitely we do have Saturday morning cartoons here as well from 8 a.m. till from what I remember until 10 or 11 ish. 11 around 11 it's noontime shows that are being shown. So give or take around maybe 8 to 9 p.m. I'm sorry, a.m. is where our Saturday morning cartoons end. I think it's definitely different in the US because I don't know, they don't really have any noontime variety shows unlike here in the Philippines. So yeah, let's move on.
The lineups always changed, but just as some examples, you'd see the Flintstones, the Jetsons, Scooby Doo, Woody Woodpecker, the Pink Panther, Popeye, Alvin and the Chipmunks, the Smurfs, Care Bears, Fraggle Rock, remember that one? Danger Mouse, California Raisins, and Captain N.
Okay, out of those, from what I remember, the only ones that I remember are the ones that I didn't watch or I was aware that is not aired here. For example, I think uh, I wish we can move this like frame by frame. I think we can move this frame by frame, right?
Scooby Doo, Woody Woodpecker, the Pink Panther, Popeye, Alvin and the
Those ones I definitely did watch.
Chipmunks, the Smurfs.
Smurf. From what I remember, it's only one channel here in the Philippines that's shown it, and it's technically not on a Saturday morning cartoon block. I think it's around the afternoon, towards the evening, from what I remember. But my mind, my memory is fuzzy when it comes to Smurfs and when it was shown. I definitely do remember that it was shown here in the Philippines, but I cannot remember for the love of me the time it was aired. But I have this confidence to say that it is not shown in the morning because it's not popular enough.
Care Bears, Fraggle Rock.
Fraggle Rock, I definitely don't remember watching this one, nor I do not remember ever Fraggle Rock ever arriving here in the Philippines. We grew up in Sesame Street here, and we actually have like this local children's show with puppets that was apparently also financed by, well, also been produced along with Jim Henson Productions. We do have a local children's show here we call Batibot, and apparently that one is also produced alongside Jim Henson, which are also the producers and makers of Sesame Street. So those are the two ones that we remember that have like puppets and such. Not Fraggle Rock though. I do not remember ever watching this one.
Remember that one? Danger Mouse, California Raisins, and Captain N.
Danger Mouse, nope, never really watched it, nor I do not remember watching it. California Raisins, I probably have seen them once way back, but again, I'm not 100% about it. California Raisins is something that I kind of remember. My brain has that memory, but it's not, concrete or complete. I cannot like connect it to a specific, a different memory because that's how I remember things. Sometimes if I can connect it to another different memory, that means that happened. That I could say with confidence that happened. California Raisins is something that I somehow remember that I did watch it, but I don't know when, I don't know how, and I'm not really sure if I am even correct. So, Captain N, definitely watch this. Definitely, this is this is the time that we're in. I was very aware of video games, definitely, and I was very aware that whatever I'm seeing here, like this one, Simon Belmont, this dude right here, the one with the blonde hair, that's Simon Belmont. They designed Simon Belmont from Castlevania as this guy. Yes, from Castlevania. If you can't believe it, I am definitely aware of the Captain N, and because I'm definitely aware of video games back then, and I'm definitely aware that this is not Simon Belmont. It's meant to be.
There were so many, it felt like a blur. So let's look back at this tradition and remember.
I'm a little. You're a little quiet compared to the stuff. Oh, sorry. Thank you for that, Kogasa. Thank you for letting me know. Is the video too loud or am I too soft? Should I increase my volume or the video should be lowered? And hello, welcome to the stream. Actually, Kogasa Gasagasa. Thank you for watching. Let's see if I can increase the volume. Okay. Just let me know if the video is too loud or I am too soft, so I can adjust it. But for now, I'm just gonna adjust this like this way. Let's see. Okay, let's see if that would work. I can hear it fine, but just wanted to make sure that I audio balanced it. Okay, so I guess that would be fine. I increased my volume. Actually, let me do this instead. Increase my volume all the way to the maximum. And then lower the video like this. Okay. Okay, so I guess that will do in the meantime. Just let me know if the video is too loud or am I too soft or too quiet so I can adjust accordingly. But that would do for now, hopefully. But again, going back, as I mentioned earlier, yeah, the Captain N video is very, very, very weird. I remember watching it alongside Super Mario Brothers Super Show, which is my favorite as well. So I'm leaning more the Super Mario Brothers Super Show because that one at least is kind of accurate to the source material compared to Captain N. But I did enjoy Captain N. So let's move on.
A bunch of shows that I used to watch. We'll talk about the reasons for the decline and how I feel about it today. To be honest, I don't remember hearing the term Saturday morning cartoons until afterwards. I didn't realize it was such a thing. I do remember watching cartoons on Saturday mornings, but I also remember watching cartoons on Sunday mornings, I think. Sometimes even weekday mornings before school, and definitely after school. I remember Ninja Turtles, DuckTales, and Tiny Toons were some of the ones that were on weekday afternoons.
Oh God, oh God. He is watching the same thing as I am. I am so happy. Those are the three top cartoons that I was watching. I was also watching back then. Ninja Turtles, Tiny Toons Adventures, and DuckTales. And I've been watching those on 3 different channels as well. Those are like top-notch cartoons for me. Like oh sorry. I was showing that. Sorry. Okay. Those are like the top tier cartoons that I've been watching as well way back. The top 3 top tier cartoons that I was enjoying as well. And yeah, I'm so happy that he is also watching them as well and considered his like top favorites.
Tales and Tiny Toons were some of the ones that were on weekday afternoons. So I wanted to look back at this tradition that I somehow participated in but wasn't really aware. Saturday mornings were a giant mix of various shows. Some were reruns of shows that started during the week. Some were based on movie franchises such as Star Wars Ewoks. Anyone remember that?
Nope, I don't remember that. I didn't watch that. That was something that is not shown here in the Philippines as well, from what I remember and I'm aware of. Yeah, it's not something that I remember. And if this is something that had been on my radar as a kid, I would never watch this. For some reason, I would never watch this. This is something that I am pretty sure that the young me wouldn't enjoy. Particularly my taste, even way back then, were like more in leaning into action and slapstick comedy when it comes to Saturday morning cartoons. Action, adventure, and slapstick. So those are like my main genres. The really kiddie stuff like this one, the Ewoks one, even Care Bears. I'm not really into them for some reason. Maybe because during back then, well, as a little boy, you like your action and your adventure as a little boy. So I was leaning towards that. I was like very, very picky in terms of like if I realized that a cartoon has some like it's very kiddie, obviously. It's super kiddie. I tend to not watch it. Now you can say the same argument for Tiny Toons, but Tiny Toons is slapstick comedy. And the reason why I'm watching Tiny Toons is because I was watching also what you call it. I was also watching Looney Tunes back then. So the influence kind of carried over, and that's why I also enjoy Tiny Toons because it is basically a carryover genre. Basically, just Looney Tunes characters turned into kids or their kid versions. So that's why I enjoyed it. But something like this, like the Ewoks, the Care Bears, and whatnot, I didn't really enjoy them that much.
There's even a bunch of them that were what I call junior versions of content that was originally geared more towards teens or adults. Usually they were based on live action movies, sometimes even R-rated, that got turned into animated shows made for children, like Teen Wolf. That was my first introduction to it. I used to watch.
Ew, Teen Wolf? Teen Wolf as a cartoon? I didn't know this. I'm aware of the movie, but the cartoon? Wow, I didn't know this. I actually didn't know this. That is fascinating. There's a cartoon series? Maybe, well, I mean, I am surprised, but I kind of get it. Because as James said, there are like several, and I mean several, like junior versions of like franchises that are rather, violent, supposed to be violent and gory. Like yeah, RoboCop, Mortal Kombat, Conan the Barbarian. That one I really watched religiously. Yeah, so I'm kind of surprised that Teen Wolf has one.
The show, and at one time my grandma tried to rent it for me from the video store, but she accidentally got the movie starring Michael J. Fox. I remember being upset, but
oh my god, yeah. This one I remember. It's a fun movie. It's not really bad. Not really good either. So anyway, let's move on.
It was a rental, so I watched it anyway. And the scenes where he was transforming into a wolf definitely startled me. Seeing those fangs come out of his mouth, man, oh man. I also remember some scene where his eyes turned red. That left a terrifying impression on me.
Oh yeah,
and I never thought of the cartoon the same way again. Tales from the Crypt Keeper was another one. I hadn't yet seen the HBO show, but looking back, it's crazy to think that they could take a show with all kinds of gore, swearing, and nudity, and then just make a cartoon out of it.
You know what? I'm gonna tell something about the Tales from the Crypt. The weird thing about this one is Tales from the Crypt is something that is also shown on Saturday morning cartoons here in our country. Oh no. It was shown as a Saturday morning on a Saturday morning block at one point. But it was eventually like transferred into nighttime, like around 8 p.m. ish. Which God, I also miss those times. This is also I'm not talking about the cartoon. I'm talking about the actual one, the live action one. Tales from the Crypt. It was shown on a Saturday morning block at one point, from what I remember, and then they transferred it or changed the time slot into a nighttime slot. This is along with Are You Afraid of the Dark, basically. So yeah, I did watch the live action more than the cartoon version though.
For kids. You know, it kind of made sense because it originated as an EC comic in the 50s, so telling those stories through animation kind of brought it back to its roots. Beetlejuice is one I remember better. It's definitely much milder than its live-action Tim Burton counterpart. Beetlejuice doesn't honk his crotch and say, "Nice fucking model." But even though it's made into something child-friendly, it was still a pretty twisted show. Pure nightmare fuel. The animation is really wild and sometimes changes to a CG style every now and then. Whenever that happened, I would be glued to the TV, amazed. I had no idea how that type of animation was done, and some of the images from the show still stick with me today, even being a creative influence. Unfortunately, this show is hard to find on streaming. At the time of this review, I don't see it anywhere, so the only way to watch it is on DVD, but it's worth it. Real Ghostbusters was a classic. It had a long run, even long enough to go through some changes like character designs, and some of the voice cast.
Yep. Ghostbusters is also something that I did watch and I did enjoy. And I did watch also the real Ghostbusters, the kind of sequel one. I did watch it as well, but I did watch this cartoon as well. I did enjoy it actually. And this was during the time that I'm not aware that there's actually a movie or it was based on a movie. I watched the movie way later in life after the cartoon, and I thought that there's only the cartoon.
It was even retitled to Slimer and the Real Ghostbusters. This is another show that really holds up. I've already done an entire review of it many years back. It had no shortage of inventing fascinating ghost characters that made for a plethora of must-have action figures and merchandise. It's funny to think back to when I was playing with toy proton packs and drinking Ecto Cooler that there existed multiple versions of the Ghostbusters. There was Filmation Ghostbusters and, of course, the live-action one that we called the Adult Ghostbusters. That's the one we were encouraged to stay away from. I mean, no dad wants to explain to their kid why a ghost is unzipping Ray's pants. But even after you've seen the live-action film a million times, I think it's important not to forget how awesome the cartoon was and still is. Other shows or films that had animated versions were The Addams Family, Punky Brewster, Bill and Ted, even Flintstone Kids, which was already a cartoon to begin with. I had also watched the original Muppet Show when I was real young.
Yeah, Muppet Show.
I think I liked Muppet Babies even more because of all the stories where they go on adventures using their imagination.
Muppet Babies, I'm not too familiar with. I did watch the Muppet Show, and again, ironically, the Muppet Show is also shown on nighttime instead of morning here in our country. From what I remember, it shares the same time slot of when I used to watch it. It shares the same time slot as wrestling, WWF, mind you, not WWE, WWF. Even before the transition to WWE, the Muppet Show is like kind of the same time slot. I believe that the Muppet Show takes on the weekends, and the weekdays it's WWE, WWF, World Wrestling Federation. Which I don't really get why. Well, I didn't get back then why it was shown at midnight, or I'm sorry, nighttime. Before. There might be some reasons, which I did realize later in life that the jokes sometimes in the Muppet Show are like not really adult oriented, but more like an adult would enjoy more than a kid.
It made me want to use my own imagination and sometimes imitated the things I'd see them do. This is the show that inspires you to turn a cardboard box into a spaceship. I remember all the stock clips they'd use from Star Wars and the Indiana Jones films. Whenever they'd open a door and there's live action footage on the other side, I thought that was so cool. It's very unfortunate that this show has never been officially released anywhere. The only way to see it is on low quality bootlegs. It's such a shame because this show really holds up. There was a recent Muppet Babies revival show that was also pretty good, and it gave some hope that they would soon release the original. But at the time of this review, I see no news or explanation. The rumor has always been they can't release it because of the copyright on all the Star Wars clips, and that it wouldn't be worth changing those parts. I don't think there's any truth to that, especially after Disney bought Star Wars. But the fact remains, Muppet Babies is still in limbo, and it's a major loss. Then there was Pee-wee's Playhouse.
Pee-wee's Playhouse, I never watched this one. I never watched this one. The existence of Pee Wee Herman and Pee Wee's Playhouse is something that I only realize way later in life. And it's the internet that actually introduced me to this guy, not my childhood or children's show. I didn't even know that this guy has a children's show, and he came from a children's show. I thought it was like weirdo. It's just a weirdo. Uh, oh, I actually remembered the first time that I saw Pee Wee Herman, and it was from a from a meme from a drug PSA. That's where I actually have known Pee Wee Herman the first time. That this is crack. Yeah, that's the first time that I heard of him. Even
So this one I distinctly remember being on Saturday mornings, though it wasn't mainly a live action show, but it had many animated segments such as all the amazing clay and stop motion. This is one of the most hyper and goofiest shows to ever exist. It is really insane. Still worth watching today. I'd even say mandatory just to see the production value and how wild a kid's show can possibly be. Garfield and Friends is another one I really enjoyed as a kid. I was a big fan of the comic strip and used to buy those books that archived them all. The show made the voice of Lorenzo Music synonymous with Garfield. When reading the comics, it's impossible not to imagine that same voice.
Odie, look! It's a flying saucer filled with intelligent belly button lint.
you know what? We know what's so funny about Garfield when I was a kid. When I was a kid, Garfield is something that I thought, and this is sound weird. I am a weird kid back then, but I thought that the reason why I didn't watch Garfield that much during that time when I was little is I thought that the humor of Garfield is too intelligent for me. I was a weird dumb kid back then. And I was apprehensive when actually watching Garfield. One of my reasons is I thought that the humor of Garfield is just too intelligent for me to comprehend. Uh, so yeah, I didn't watch it. I didn't watch it at all. And again, maybe it's also my inclination, preference with slapstick comedy, which is something that even if you slapstick is something that even if the actor is not speaking, you will understand the comedy because it's physical comedy. You don't need to convey the joke through language because it's conveyed through action. So even for someone of a dumb kid such as me back then, it is a show that I can consume as a kid because I don't have to decipher what they're really saying, what's the context of what they're saying because it's physical. But Garfield, for me, the reason why I didn't watch it is I know it's funny and I wish I find the humor about it, but I'm such a dumb kid. I thought that the jokes in Garfield are too intelligent for me to watch, so I kind of kept myself away from Garfield. Not because I didn't like it, but because I thought that this is too high level of comedy for me, and I don't like it. So yeah, but Garfield is good. Garfield is good when you watch it. It's also another funny thing that I prefer Garfield, the comic strip, instead of the show. Again, I'm weird. I'm a weirdo like that. I prefer Garfield, the comic strip. It's something that I read in the comic section of the newspaper. And I enjoy that more than the cartoon for some reason. I don't know. I'm weird. Okay. So moving on.
The show was very simple in nature, had a very charming feel, And it was just the usual stuff. Garfield would sit around, be lazy, stir up some trouble. John was always being humiliated. Odie was the subject of slapstick, falling to Garfield's pranks, but remaining peaceful and lovable. And Garfield was just the wise-ass cat that you love to hate. The other half of the show that I didn't care for as much was Orson's Farm, or U.S. Acres, or whatever the hell it's called. Nothing against it, it's just that as a kid I was there for Garfield. Up until recently it was streaming on Boomerang, but now all of a sudden it's gone. Ninja Turtles was one of the shows that started
Ninja Turtles.
Later, during season 4, it started showing on Saturday mornings. I remember that being a big deal when I first saw it on Saturday morning. It had a new intro and felt like it was a fresh start for the Turtles, even though my interest started to decline and I started wanting to see more live action versions. Well, the third movie killed all those expectations.
It's hammer time!
Oh god, this is classic.
Park grind? Wall climb.
But the show had a long run. I mean, what can you say about Ninja Turtles?
Yeah, Ninja Turtles, again, also, I have very fond memories of Ninja Turtles because, again, my preference is action and adventure, and Ninja Turtles for me is like, again, it may sound weird, but it's somehow indirectly awakened the weeb in me, the weeaboo in me, along with other animes that I was watching back then. I don't know, the Ninja Turtles are so cool with their, because they're ninjas and they have these weapons and whatnot, which is also fascinating because this is also the first time that I came into the fact that the sai, the weapon, exists. One of the turtles is using a sai as a weapon, and this is the only time where I was introduced that fact that this weapon exists, which is something that I found weird when I was first watching it. What is this kind of weapon? Is this a weapon even? It's just something that, 3-prong and whatnot. But the sai is something that I was fascinated with back then. It's an exotic weapon for me. And this is the first time that I was introduced in that kind of exotic weapon. The ninja sword is there. The katana that the one of the turtles is using is already there. The bow staff is already typical, But the sai is something that is very fascinating. Even the nunchucks, I was totally familiar with it. But yeah, Turtles is really, really good. This is something that I also religiously watched back then and have fond memories of. What's weird, another weird thing is though my preference is the older Turtles, not the newer ones. I don't like the live action movies. I'm weirded out by the live action movies at all. I'm just weirded out about them.
It was huge. It was everything. And even though I remember it best as a weekday show, it still was a part of that Saturday morning history. Probably the most interesting thing I remember vividly that came out of this whole thing was when the networks got together for a drug PSA called Cartoon All-Stars to the Rescue. It was a big deal. It might have been one of the first and only times to see that many characters all crossing over into one big TV special. You have Michelangelo, Alf, Winnie the Pooh, Kermit, the Smurfs, Alvin and the Chipmunks, Slimer, Huey, Dewey, and Louie, and more.
What is this, like the Smash Brothers of Saturday morning cartoons? It's the Crisis of Infinite Earths of Saturday morning cartoons version.
The plot involved a kid who's getting hooked on drugs, and the characters all come to help him out, which is strange hearing all these cartoon characters talking about pot and crack. But I remember finding it really disturbing. There were all these nightmare hallucination scenes I remember there's a part where the kid is withering away into a zombie. That screwed up my head. I do get that the idea was to scare kids so they wouldn't do drugs, but it seems they took it in a real weird direction.
Who's that?
Well, it's not Freddy Krueger.
To this day, it stands as one of the strangest kids programs to air on TV. So, good times. Those were the days, right? Well, that's the sentiment that Saturday morning cartoons are gone. I guess they're gone because otherwise we wouldn't be looking back at them. You can't look back at something that's still here. So let's go check. Here's what's on NBC, CBS, and ABC right now. On Saturday mornings from 8 to 11, they are playing nothing but the news and a bunch of other garbage. But if you go to the other networks like Disney, Disney Junior, Disney XD, Nickelodeon, Nick Jr., Nicktoons, Universal Kids, Cartoon Network, then there's plenty of cartoons. But it's not really specific to Saturday mornings. Lots of these channels play cartoons all around the clock anyway. MeTV is the best example I know of a channel that plays Saturday morning cartoons as a novelty. 8 a.m. it's Tom and Jerry, and at 9 it's Bugs Bunny. Good stuff. And gotta mention, they have Sven Gulli hosting horror films on Saturday nights. I just love that that sort of thing is still going on. So, are there cartoons on Saturday mornings? The answer is a definite yes. But the main networks no longer honor this tradition, so I must concede Saturday morning cartoons are dead. But
Okay, here's the thing though. Maybe in America or in the US, Saturday cartoons are dead. But here in the Philippines, at least in Southeast Asia, not really sure that's the case in other countries. If this is the case in other countries in Southeast Asia, but here in the Philippines, we do still have technically Saturday morning cartoons. It's just that it kinda also suffered the same fate, technically, as the US cartoons did, but not so much in terms of like major networks not showing it anymore. Here in the Philippines, at least, so we do have still Saturday morning cartoons, but not in the likes of like Bugs Bunny or Looney Tunes or, you know, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and whatnot. What we have here is like reruns of like Ben 10 or Generation Rex or the really kiddie cartoons, you know. Occasionally there will be like instances of anime and whatnot. Anime is big here. It's actually bigger here than US cartoons. But while we do still have technically Saturday morning something cartoons, Saturday morning kids stuff, it's not primarily cartoons anymore, or at least cartoons that we grew up, you know, in the 90s and early 2000s or in the 80s and whatnot. It's not the same. It's not the same. We do still have the concept though.
that's where it becomes nostalgic. So why did they go away in the first place? Why would they sacrifice that time slot and discontinue such a cherished ritual? Well, there was a number of reasons for the decline. For one thing, the FCC started laying down a bunch of rules on what could be shown to kids. For example, they put a stop to commercials that had tie-in merchandise with the shows. These type of rules became more and more strict throughout the 90s, and the shows were faced with many limitations and restrictions that hampered the creative integrity. So quality went down.
You'll never win by messing with the fellas at the freaking FCC.
There was also a rising number of other networks showing cartoons all throughout the week, like we just saw. And since these channels were part of a cable subscription and not on the main networks, they were given more creative freedom. Not to mention, video games were becoming more and more popular, so Saturday mornings were also a good time to make some progress on your Final Fantasy game or whatever.
True, true. This is all. I second this one. I second this one. Basically, even me back then, even when I was little, uh, as soon as like the concept of video games took me over, that also took over my weekends. Basically, it's all about games now, and the thing is, as soon as you wake up on a Saturday morning, the later days that is, you don't really have that much time in watching cartoons because you would rather, finish up your game, your NES games, finish up where you left off, or play that game that you just bought days ago, or or you just borrowed from your friend, or go to your friend's house and play some games instead of watching cartoons in the mornings. Uh, you prioritize mornings more on video games than cartoons because you only have the like limited time anyway. Every weekends before your parents scold you to do your homework or do your chores, blah blah blah, and yeah, basically video games took over, and I definitely agree with what James said here that maybe that's the reason why Saturday morning cartoons died off. Is because video games happened. Uh, which basically takes more time than watching shows. Uh, and even as kids, we have to prioritize the limited time that we are free for the weekends because that's the only time that we can do whatever we want uh, outside of school. So even back then, we are prioritizing our time and like segregating our time even to do things that we like to do over the few hours that we only have every weekends as well.
The rise of VHS also played a part. You could tape shows off TV. You could even set the timer on your VCR to record at any time. I used to always record stuff while I was at school. And then DVD came along. The idea of watching something whenever you want without commercials became much more appealing. Nobody wants the show to be interrupted by commercials all the time. Even on cable, the advent of DVR allows you to record the show. I know I've used DVR just so I can watch it later and fast forward through the commercials. To me, that made the idea of watching live TV dead, although I still have a certain affection for it, just knowing that other people are watching at the same time. This could be a whole other topic, but how long will cable TV be around? Well, from what it seems, I think it'll be around for a while. It is declining, but there's still enough people who watch TV. In fact, I still haven't been able to let go of it myself.
Actually, yeah, that is true. Even here in our household, my grandma still watch cable TV. Uh, she didn't really. She knows the existence of internet and Netflix and whatnot. She knows the existence of those, and as a matter of fact, she did watch some movies on Netflix on her own as well. But she still prefers cable TV as well. Even I watch cable TV sometimes if there's something like good. But of course, I would watch a lot of things on the internet instead of cable TV. So yeah, there are still people that are still into cable TV and would prefer cable TV as their main source of entertainment. So I also do agree with James here that cable wouldn't really die that easily, at least not in several years, because there are still people that prefer to watch cable TV, despite the fact that a lot of people are aware about internet now, and a lot of people, even older people, are using internet now. There's a surprising amount of people that are either too afraid to use technology to the point that they still prefer like the old fashioned way of watching TV, especially in cable, because you just press the remote, flip through channels, and just find whatever you like. instead of like something like Netflix, where while easier to find content, by searching, for an older person or for a technologically challenged person, it's still kind of difficult for them to use it. Uh, so yeah, I definitely do see that cable wouldn't really die for quite a while, for some time.
I watch TV and streaming as well as physical media sometimes, but I mostly find myself using streaming. I think there's entire generations who were brought up on TV and who will keep it around for the rest of their lives. So, in another generation or two, it will eventually fade away. In my own assessment, I think the biggest reason for the decline of Saturday morning cartoons is the growing availability of choices. Before, you didn't have much of a choice. Whatever was on the TV, that was what you watched. Sure, you could flip through the channels, but now the choices are endless. By giving everyone more choices, the more unlikely they are to be introduced to something they've never seen. This is something I find interesting. Just to use Looney Tunes as an example, all the Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck, and Roadrunner cartoons, they were such a common staple of TV as a kid. I'd see them all the time, whether at my own house or a friend's house.
Oh god, I love that. I love this episode, the Matador.
They were always on the screen. They were such an ordinary part of our lives, and I didn't even have any idea at the time that they were shown in theaters decades before I was born, since the 30s. So if they were around until I was a kid, then what happened? How'd they go away? Well, it really depends which way you look at it, because they are still around. There's been new Looney Tunes shows, there's been a recent Space Jam movie, the merchandising is still there, but something's missing. They just don't have the same kind of everyday household feel. I think a big reason why that happened is because they were moved to Cartoon Network, and then Cartoon Network moved them to its sister channel, Boomerang, which is now its own streaming service, which is fully dedicated to classic cartoons like all the Hanna-Barbera ones. So now you can watch those classic cartoons anytime, 24/7. Sounds great, right? Well, sure, but now it means the only people who are going to go over there to watch it are people who already know it and remember it to begin with. So by making a dedicated channel, I think it's actually isolating it. So is the case with many things being sectioned off into their own place. Everything's separated, everyone flocks to their own thing. But Saturday morning cartoons were a shared community.
Yeah, true, true. Yeah, I definitely also believe that moving the cartoons to a dedicated channel, kind of isolated on that channel itself, rather than having so many people show it. Because yeah, for example, Looney Tunes is something that can be shown on different channels at one point. Even I remember it watching it on a specific channel, and then watching it on another channel and whatnot. So yeah, it does kind of isolate it into a one spot, and isolate it so much that not a lot of people can watch it unless you're really looking for it. You're specifically looking for it. Whereas a Saturday morning cartoon, when it's there, and you then will be introduced with that type of show, or that kind of show, right then and there, at the most inopportune moments, or the times that you least expect it, even. Whereas in a dedicated channel, you will not find that particular content if you don't search for it and look on that particular channel, on that particular source, rather.
We were all watching the same thing at the same time. Look, Muppet Babies, that's what's on the TV, that's what you watched. But now, the choices are endless. So if you want cartoons on Saturday morning, you can definitely find them, no problem. But is it the same thing? what were Saturday morning cartoons really about? If you stop and think about what those mornings were like, there was some kind of intangible aspect, a feeling, something special in the airwaves. And whatever that was, I believe is still there. It just needs to be accessed. The fact that anyone remembers it is what's keeping it alive. I know it's there. And here's how I know. My kids helped me relive it. And I didn't even know I was trying to relive it. But usually, every Saturday morning, they sit around the couch and they want me to make them pancakes. So while I'm doing that, I put something on the TV for them to watch. Usually it's live TV. It's one of the Disney channels or something like that. But sometimes I'll head over to Boomerang and put on Scooby-Doo or something. So you're smelling pancakes, there's old cartoons on the TV, and I'm thinking, this seems familiar. And then I realize it's the Saturday morning ritual. And that's what gave me the idea to make this video. One time I shuffled through a few different old cartoons and just put them all on in a row to sort of try and, emulate those old programming blocks, just to show them, hey, this is what Daddy used to watch as a kid. And lots of times they don't like them, so not every show holds up. The old Muppet Babies was almost a winner, but they could tell the picture looked fuzzy because they were from old bootlegs that somebody taped off TV 30 years ago. Come on, Disney, gotta release those. But regardless of the shows, there's a feeling that comes with Saturday mornings, something that signifies the beginning of the weekend. I'm off now, it's a fresh new day, what do you want to do? And maybe for you, it's not Saturday, maybe it's a different day you have off, and that's the special time. And maybe as a kid, you didn't realize how sacred it was. I know I didn't fully realize it in the moment, which is often the case. You don't know it till it's past. But I say, it still lives. Just as Saturday will always be a thing, there's something to celebrate. So I'm curious, how do you celebrate it? Leave a comment and share. Let us know if there's anything special you do to celebrate this pastime and keep the tradition alive.
Okay, yeah, I definitely. All right, here's the thing. I do have like a young, what you call it, my sister's son. That is still a toddler. And he does watch cartoons on the weekends. Well, he isn't attending school yet, so he kind of watches cartoons all the time. And he doesn't really have like a concept of like a Saturday morning cartoon ritual yet, because most of the time he watches content on YouTube most of the time. But there is this one point that he did watch some cartoons on TV on a weekend. And I did see that. I did see myself through that, imagining myself doing the same thing basically years ago when I was little. So yeah, I do believe that still Saturday morning cartoons are still alive. It's just in a different format this time. I think what we're trying to do is to hang on to the nostalgic effect. By keeping ourselves onto those older cartoons instead of realizing that the tradition is technically still alive. The tradition is technically still alive even up to this day. It's just that it's the different cartoon block that is showing now compared to back then. It's a different type of cartoons that that kids are watching nowadays compared to back then. So I do agree as well that the Saturday morning cartoons are still alive and still ongoing. It's just really on a different format, really. I guess that's also the same thing with other media. Other media are still there, just in a different format. So, I'd say that there's definitely still Saturday morning cartoons. They aren't in the old style due to nostalgia filters and art style technological evolution. First of all, welcome, Llama Lord, the Crab Slayer, nice name. Welcome to the stream, and thank you for the comment. yeah, yeah. As I'm Saturday morning cartoons are still there. The tradition is technically still alive. Technically, it's just that the types of cartoons that we are watching, that kids are watching nowadays and enjoy nowadays, it's just different. It's just different. But the aspect, the concept is still there. Uh, you have your Saturday morning off from school, and there are still stations and there are still TV stations that are still playing Saturday morning cartoons, even Sunday morning cartoons. It's just that they just look different, but the concept is still there. So the tradition is not dead yet. Uh, but I would also not blame other people thinking that Saturday morning cartoons are dead, mostly because of the accessibility of cartoons nowadays, in terms of like how easy they can be watched nowadays, literally to the point of just, if you're really looking for them, it's just one Google away. Even my sister's son knows what he's looking for and how to look it up when he wanted to watch a specific cartoon series and whatnot. He knows how to do it, and that kid doesn't even attend school yet. so so yeah, he mostly watches like dedicated cable channels like Boomerang, Disney Channel, and whatnot. Uh, we just had to remove a lot of channels recently from our cable subscription because my sister's son is more of like consuming YouTube videos instead of like actually watching cable TV. But there are these times that he did watch cartoons over the TV, and it is the weekend. So yeah, um, Saturday morning cartoons is definitely a part of our childhood, my childhood. That I wish, I wish that a lot of people that are sorry, I do wish that the Saturday morning cartoons, as we remember it, could be revived in some way. Uh, but then I do also believe that the Saturday morning cartoons tradition is still there and it's still alive, but just with a different form, basically. So yeah, this is James Wolf video about the Saturday morning cartoons, and it's a very interesting video. Very interesting, very educational. Not even just YouTube. I have an entirety of G1 Transformers on DVD. I can just sit down and binge the whatever I want. Uh, yeah, DVDs and whatnot. I did watch. I did watch. I remember watching cartoon DVDs as well. We. I remember we have like a Tom and Jerry collection on DVD, and I used to watch it. But that was like very recent. That was like very recent. But most of the time, if I do wanted to watch cartoons for some reason, there are times that like I wanted to watch certain cartoon shows. It's very easy to look them up on YouTube. But then it doesn't really have the same feel, as how you watch it on Saturday mornings. This is a very good video. Very, very good. So that's that. And also, again, welcome to the stream, Llama Lord, the Crab Slayer, and I hope you enjoy your stay here. Welcome to the Hero Base. And now, what we're going to do is our main dish here for this stream. is we're gonna play a certain game. A certain game that I'm gonna give you a little bit of a background of the game. This is a game series that I actually really into, but I never really got the chance to play it like as religiously as I would like to play it. Because first of all, this game series, this game franchise even, is a type of game franchise that has never really been gone to the West until very, 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 very recently with the English translations. It is a game series wherein the only way that you can play them is if you know how to read Japanese. It's basically how obscure they are in the West, but in the East, especially Japan, it is a massive franchise that has been spanning so many games, and I mean so many games. You know what's a funny story about this game series is the first time that I played this game, I didn't realize that I was actually playing the very first game on the series itself, which was apparently on the Game Boy, and I was not aware that I was already playing the game. And I was even actually playing the very, very first one on the Game Boy. I remember borrowing a random Game Boy cart from a friend back way back, and it is a cart that has no labels and whatnot, which is just a blank cart. And I was like, what is this? And even my friend said, I don't know, it's all about like robots or something. It's Japanese. I can't read Japanese. So I was like, okay. I went ahead and borrowed it, and I realized that it is Super Robot Wars, because guess what? I was already aware of the Super Robot Wars franchise even way back then. Because here in the Philippines, there is this one point in our history wherein game shops where you can rent consoles are a thing. So you rent a game console for a certain amount of hours, and you play them. And the very first time that I became aware of the Super Robot Wars series is during those times that you can rent game consoles, and a random kid was playing this rather interesting game, and what made me curious about it is there was this one point that I was seeing a Gundam. I was aware of Gundam during that time, but I wasn't really aware. And I recognized one of the mechas as well as Voltus 5. Voltus 5 is something that is very, very popular here in the Philippines. And I was like, wait, what? Why is Voltus 5 in that game? And I was like, what? So I was like very curious, and I watched this random kid that is just playing this Japanese game, and I was very, very fascinated because it seems like that he knows what he's doing. All of the texts are Japanese, so I cannot read Japanese, but this kid was like doing all of these commands and whatnot, and I was like, wow. And as time went on, this same kid became my friend actually, and he introduced me to the whole Super Robot War series and whatnot. Even back then I would never play it myself, but I would watch him play. I would watch him play several titles in the same franchise, and all of them are in Japanese. I heard you guys are getting a remake of Voltus 5 sometime. I believe it was called Voltus 5 Legacy. Yes, here in the Philippines, there's this one network one TV network that is currently producing a live action Voltes 5 series, and it is based on literally the anime itself, Voltes 5, with Filipino actors and such, and they basically market it as on par with Hollywood production in terms of CGI and whatnot. So we do have that, I believe, next year because it was moved. It was supposed to be shown this year, but it was moved like to next year because they needed some time to make the best series adaptation of Voltes 5. So we do have that, and I was honestly, I'm kind of excited. I'm kind of curious about it because the animation is interesting. The CGI is really interesting. I like the fact that the Voltes 5 itself is very, very detailed in terms of like paneling and whatnot, of the details of the circuitry and the mecha itself. Definitely reminds me of the Obari mechs, Masami Obari type of mecha design. So I am very curious about it. I'm very curious. A lot of people here, especially especially weeaboos, they hate the fact that there will be a Voltes 5 adaptation that is being produced. They hate the fact about that because they thought that it's being done by a TV channel that is known for cheesy telenovelas and soap operas, and they're gonna make the main guy be a have a love triangle with one of the female members and blah blah blah. It's something like that. Basically inserting like soap opera elements in it, and that's the thing that they are very, very wary of. But for me personally, I'm kind of excited because I'm curious on how they would reinterpret the whole story, because I think also one of the things that they are trying to market. They are still following the original story, but they reinterpret it like in a much more modern take. Super Robot Wars, basically just smashing 14 to 20 mecha series into a blender and hitting liquefy. Basically, yeah. The thing that I realized about the Super Robot Wars series in terms of the story is just the sheer big brain, galaxy brain ability of its writers to mishmash a lot of plots from different series and somehow make them connected for some reason. And what we're gonna actually play today is something that I'm very curious because it is based the main, from what I understand, the main plot, overall plot of the particular Super Robot Wars series of this particular entry into the franchise is all about Mazinger Zero, which is something that I'm very it's something that I am very into, which is the Mazinger series, especially the modern takes on the Mazinger franchise and the whole storyline of Mazinger Zero and how it affects everyone else. Because Mazinger Zero has this story about multiverses, basically, so it kind of fits with the whole theme of different franchises like working together to stop a threat, because Mazinger Zero himself is like a multiversal threat, technically. So yeah, we'll see what happens with that, and that's what we'll be doing right now. Basically, what we'll be doing is we're gonna be playing Super Robot Wars V. Another thing that is special about this one is this is, I believe, the first time that a Super Robot Wars was officially released in English, with English translations, like English localizations well, not really localizations, but literal translations, because you cannot really localize, series that are already existing. Um, but this is the first one of the first time that they did a Western release of this franchise that has been going on for so long, actually, and I think they came around like the limitations of licensing. That is why they were able to like release a Western release for this, which is again a very special thing that happened. The main thing about the Super Robot Wars series and why they were not released is because of the licensing issues, how it would translate to the Western market in terms of licensing, because we're talking about a lot of franchises here, and the game franchise itself is some sort of a miracle that even happened because of the licensing hell that it entails with these different series. My personal favorite Mazinger mech is Mazing Kaiser. I like the more detailed look. Yeah, I actually prefer the Mazing Kaiser as well. That is why I am in love with Mazinger Zero's storyline, because it kind of lines up with Mazing Kaiser, and it also blends with the classic Mazinger story, with a time travel twist. And Mazing Kaiser is just overall badass. It's something that like a natural evolution of what Mazinger would be in terms of like design wise. Like this is, while we love the classic Mazinger look, Mazing Kaiser is basically what would happen if we did Mazinger now than before, like the 1980s. If the concept of Mazinger would be done now and created and conceived now, Mazing Kaiser would be the result. And I love like the modern interpretations of like super robots like Shin Getter. I am in love with the Shin Getter Armageddon series. I love the modern interpretation of the Getter Robo. So I love those modern interpretations of like classic robots to give them a more grittier, sometimes darker approach when it comes to reimagining them. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and start. Let me load up the game real quick. Just give me one moment here. So anyway, for those of you who are watching, thank you so much for watching me today, and you can go ahead and press the follow button so you'll be notified whenever I'm live. And speaking of followers, we only have like one follower away from 20 followers. Just one follower away. Although for the affiliate rank, I would need 50 followers. But I wanted to have like a more manageable way of like. Wait, just give me one moment, but let me set it up right here. For the followers, I technically need 50 followers, but I wanted to have the goal as manageable as possible, so that's why I set it to 20. But we're only one follower away from 20 followers, and yeah. But if you don't want to, that's perfectly fine as well. So we're gonna go ahead and switch it up from here. I recently actually watched Get the Robot Armageddon on YouTube, funnily enough. Considering our earlier conversation, I would highly recommend watching Armageddon. Because it's basically like just really grittier look at the Getter Robot series, which is something that I even if I way back that I've seen the like original Getter Robo, it's something that I kind of expected from the series as well. Even from the mecha designs itself, it just speaks by itself that this should be a darker series than it looks. So, okay, we're gonna go ahead and switch it up here. Boom. It's showing the okay, let me make sure. Just give me a heads up if the volume is too loud for the game, or if my voice is too soft or too loud, so we can make sure that everything is balanced. Because this will be a loud game. This is definitely will be a loud game. The Getter Robo and Getter G manga are considerably darker than the anime versions. Oh yeah, definitely darker. It's basically like Mazinger Zero as well. You definitely realize that it's way darker. And that's what I love about it. So, alright, we're gonna switch up now to the game. So we'll be playing today Super Robot Wars V, and this will be maybe a part of a series, because I'll be playing this. I decided to play this until the end, so there might be like multiple episodes of me playing this. So for those of you who didn't know, Super Robot Wars is basically a franchise of many games, wherein it's a crossover of different mecha, Japanese mecha, well, even sometimes American mecha in some series entries, mecha from other countries, into this one crossover game. It's basically a strategy game where you control several mechas as a commander, and yeah, it's basically the Smash Brothers of Japanese mechas. And this series has been going on for so long. And again, I believe this particular entry is the very first one that has been imported to the West with English translations, because a lot of them don't have English translations. So this is the first one. We're gonna have that one. Oh, hello, Sunset. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for watching. And yeah, we're basically playing the Smash Brothers of Japanese mecha anime, Super Robot Wars V. Yeah, it's like that one Capcom game, Project X Zone. It's basically that, but this is like the progenitor of that kind of genre, where crossovers. This is basically like that, but for Japanese mecha. And sometimes not even mecha, like Tekkaman Blade and Detonator Organ. Yeah, there are some entries wherein some of your units are not even mecha. They're like people with armor and whatnot. So yeah, there's even units here that are not even mecha. So yeah, I think this is enough for like a sneak peek. So we're gonna go ahead and start. and you'll know the gameplay basically. But technically, this is the first time, at least for a very long while, that I'll be playing myself personally as Super Robot games in a long while and for a long time. I have played other Super Robot Wars games, but not in an extent that I finished them, and I wanted to finish this one, at least on stream. So yeah, it's gonna be a very, this is not like, okay, for those of you who are like into like FPS games and whatnot, the like action based games, it's not this. It's a strategy game, so there will be times that it will be slow, and there will be times that I will be reading a lot, because this is essentially a visual novel as well. So, Might Gain, I love Might Gain. So we're basically also playing kind of a visual novel as well. Then there will be a lot of reading, so just give you a heads up. But I love this series so much that I wanted to play it on stream and finish it actually. So there will be multiple parts of this, and there will be extended times that I'll be just not doing anything probably, or reading. So just give you a heads up. So we'll go ahead and start. So let's see. Let me. Anyway, guys, let me know if the volume of the game is too loud or I am too soft. Because I think we're okay with the sound settings. But just let me know if the game is too loud or I am too soft. Filter page, that's words, good dialogue, faster cursor, next ally, previous ally, marker, unit terrain, map special action. Okay. I think we're good now. And the theme song, the one that you're hearing, is being sung by none other than the best Japanese anime ensemble in the world, Jam Project, which I played their songs earlier before stream. So we're gonna go ahead and start Super Robot Wars V. Beginner's mode, and okay, so we have different modes here. Beginner's mode. Play this game in beginner's mode. In this mode, SR points and changes in difficulty do not exist. Clearing a battle map will reward you with bonus money and tactical points, or TAC points. Recommended for players who would like to play Super Robot Wars B without difficulty. Game modes can be changed in options in the intermission menu. That's beginner. Standard. Play this game in standard mode. In this mode, SR points exist and difficulty of either normal or hard, depends on the amount of SR points obtained. Recommend for players who are familiar with the Super Robot Wars series. Game modes can be changed in options in the intermission menu. Guidance mode. Let's get started with the game tutorial scenario. Okay, so this is the game tutorial. In this scenario, basic controls and rules will be introduced. So what do you think, guys? Should I go with beginners or standard? So basically, what beginners does is beginners mode. SR points. Basically, SR points is, from what I remember, correct me if I'm wrong, SR points are meant to be like difficulty adjusters. So, the better you are in playing the game, the more difficult the succeeding scenarios or stages will be. So if you like do certain actions in the game, there's certain maneuvers or certain like strategies or if you kill like for example, if you kill this unit within like this amount of turns, you will gain a certain amount of SR points. Those SR points accumulate in that how much, depending on how much SR points that you accumulate, that will be applied on the next scenario, and the amount of XR points will determine how hard the next scenario would be, or the next stage will be. And in beginner's mode, they don't have that. While in standard mode, I think that's the only difference between beginners and standard modes, is the SR points. So what should we do? Should we do beginner's mode or standard mode? So would you like me to just go through the game smoothly, or would you like me to die a lot and lose a lot of my units? So what do you think? Now while you're thinking of it, we'll go ahead and go to guidance mode. So let's learn the controls then. I guess it depends on what you want it to do. Personally, I'm a coward. Personally, I am a coward, so I would prefer beginner mode because I wanted to like just enjoy the story, enjoy the gameplay without really, worrying about dying because I am a massive pussy. But then I wanted to also try standard mode, just a little bit of a challenge because it's not hard, it's just standard. But we'll talk with that later. We're gonna talk with that later. Let's go through the basics first. My name is Chisose Kisaragi, and I'll be guiding you through this training mission. I'm pretty new to all of this too, so please do be patient with me. Now I've been assigned as backup. I'm Soji Murakumo. Nice to meet you. I'd like to get started, Soji, but what exactly should I be explaining to the player? Where there's lots to talk about, but if we went over it, we'll just confuse everyone. So I've got two pieces of advice. And they are: click F1 button when you don't know a keyword, and use the lecture board when you don't know a system. And for out of character tutorial time, trademark Turu. But I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the other entries doesn't even have a tutorial mode. It just throws you right in. From what I remember, most of them. Click F1 button for keywords. Use the lecture board for systems. When you click the F1 button, it pulls up key help, namely an explanation of the controls. If you like to figure out the controls once they start playing. No. It's about the hidden functions or shortcuts that they might miss out on. What about all the hidden functions or shortcuts that they might miss out on? Things like how fast forward the scenario or view the backlog are displayed here. It'd be good to try it out. Oh wow, I have no idea those functions even existed. You can also call up explanations of keywords in the robot or pilot ability screen. When you're getting used to the game, it's a good idea to click F1 button on all different screens and see what information it pulls up. I see. What about the lecture board you mentioned in the other piece of advice? It's a collection of ideas and all the systems you'll be using in battle maps. You can call it up by clicking F1 button as well. It's in the combat record menu, which you can call up by placing a cursor on an empty mouse space and clicking the F1 button. By the way, the combat record is where you can check your current game progress, including things like how much money you have acquired so far. Okay, so you can read details and explanations in the game system in the lecture board, right? Exactly. It's okay to call up, so it's probably faster and easier than checking the game manual. Anyway, experience is the best teacher, so let's try it out in a battle map. Okay, let's go. Oh, like a training match. That sounds fun. Okay, let's go. Well, it's kind of slow, but we need to know the basics, especially for those people who are watching that are new. Alright, this is the battle map. Player will be controlling these ally units, the Gundam Mark II and the Rizal. Your goal is to destroy all enemy units. Normally, allied units are piloted by characters from the anime, but this one is special. It's piloted by an AI. Since this is just practice, the pilot's level has been set pretty high, so you can experiment with whatever you like. You definitely try out some spirit commands. And what are spirit commands? You can find an explanation of that in the lecture, but look it up. He's like, look it up, Google it, I guess. What are spirit commands? Just Google it, bro. The robots are also equipped with a special power parts, so if you get in trouble, try them out. This scenario does not have any defeat conditions. Even if you lose a unit, they will revive in your own, so feel free to play around and find things out. Also, don't forget to try the advice I gave you earlier. So if you click F1 in the ability screen, you can see help and keyword explanations. It's in the combat record menu, which you can empty space and clicking. F1 will bring up the combat record and lecture board. Right. Okay, let's start the practice battle. The basis of the battle are movement and attack. You move towards an enemy, use weapons to attack, rinse and repeat. Each unit has different weapons equipped, so make sure to double check how powerful they are and how far they can reach so you can use them efficiently. Alright, it's finally time for battle. In Super Robot Wars V, there's an ally in phase where you can direct your allies, and an enemy phase where you can enemies move. These phases alternate. Once you finish moving all your units, move your cursor to an empty space and hit the right mouse button to give the command. Kind of redundant, right MB button. Right mouse button. If you select end phase, then the ally phase will be over. Alright, good luck everyone. Okay, here we go. So we're moving around. So basically, how we play this is we select a unit and I'm gonna move here. So this is the movement range, basically. So this is how far your unit can move. EX action is well, these are extra actions, I guess. Raises movement by 2, ignores negative effects caused by terrain, and allows you to move when you're surrounded. Ignores special abilities and special skills related to enemy's defense. Also ignores the reduced damage caused by size differences. All attacks become critical for 1 turn. Can be stacked with Spirit Commands, Valor, and Soul. If an enemy unit is defeated, the next attack perform an extra action. If enemy unit is not defeated with the next attack, you lose the effect. Oh, okay. So spirits, these are like spirits are basically like your magic your magic spells. Not really magic spells that you can attack, but magic spells that you can apply to yourself, like a buff. So Flicker completely evades all attack for 1 battle, recovers 3000 HP for an ally unit, decrease damage taken by 87.5. You can use any weapon excluding map weapons upon moving for 1 time. Next time you defeat an enemy, increase money gained by 100%. Increase damage dealt by 100% for 1 time. If soul is used at the same time, soul would be applied. And this is the unit itself. From the Mark II. This is other one that we have. Oh, we have transform. So we can transform this one. And this is Rizal. Rizal looks good. I believe this is Gundam as well. Okay, so let's go ahead and move. So what's our enemies? So these are enemies. Shishiki. Talo statue. Giradoga. Gaza D. Nice, really bad Shishiki. So let's go ahead and move. Gonna stand by. I wonder if I can move. Okay, so let's end the phase because you have no more moves. I'm gonna nickname the AI units Marky and Razel. Marky and Razel. Yeah, I'm gonna name that as well. Okay, those are nice names. Oh, they're schmoving. They are schmoving. Okay. So I believe we can attack one of them close enough. Yeah, we can attack one of them close enough. And maybe we can move. Maybe we can move away. Let's start this. The Weasel's primary special ability is transformation, turning into a highly mobile flying unit. Try to use that ability well to get the best out of a robot. This is the selling part of Super Robot Wars, the animations. And that didn't hit. Whoa, wait, what are you doing? The Shishiki Nunet did something to our attack. That's a type of barrier called the distortion field. They can do that? These are enemies who possess special abilities like the Shishiki's barrier. Whenever you encounter a new enemy, it's a good idea to put your cursor in and to press the right mouse button to check its abilities. And one unit always steals the animation budget. True. Especially if it's like a very popular one. They tend to literally recreate the whole anime. For just one attack, a whole episode for just one. they would reanimate a whole episode for just one attack. So if you click the F1 in their ability, in the ability screen, you can get a detailed explanation of whatever special ability it has. Wow, weak beams are totally useless against distortion fields. We have to be careful. Okay, so let's try that. So let's. Oh, sorry. So this one. So this is distortion field. Range beams attribute and gravity attribute with damage below 3000 are cancelled. Deduct 1000 damage for attributes other than those attributes. Okay, so it basically nerfs your attack. How about this one? We haven't discovered this one yet. I'm gonna go ahead and move. We're gonna use probably a spirit. Spirit is not worth it yet. Maybe we can move first. Okay, spirit commands. I'm gonna go ahead and flicker to dodge that attack, whatever attack that is. The Gundam Mark II has average abilities, but the strong rifle offers high attack at long range. Easy clap. Oh, you're attacking me again. Yeah, I'm gonna attack. Maybe long rifle. I'm gonna have to go for a bit. Yeah, no problem. Thank you for watching. I'm gonna be here for quite a while. For maybe another 2 hours. Gonna let him attack first. We're gonna defend or evade in the meantime. Basically, it's just that. For those of you who are new, it's basically all about how you position your units, how you strategize their positions, what attacks are you trying to do, what strategies are you employing in terms of like, are you dodging, are you evading, are you attacking, or what kind of attack that you will make with this particular enemy based on their abilities. It's a lot of factors that go into it, so that's why we're going through the tutorial in the meantime, just to make sure that we are like familiar with at least the basic gameplay. We have the parts. Should we do parts? Not really that much damage yet. Maybe we can go for a spirit and valor. Increase my attack. Beam saber. Alright, we're very close, so we can use a beam saber for this. Hopefully you will dodge. Yeah. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Hidden away. Yeah, I do have a hidden away. Let me do some spirit first. Maybe make sure that I am hitting it. Increases RNG by 2 for 1 battle for all weapons, excluding map weapons and RNG 1 weapons. Wow, a lot of it. Bravery is like several. Maybe we can go snipe and beam cannon, beam rifle. Oh yeah, I forgot that you have like a distortion field thingy. The good thing about it is I can speed up the animation. Just speed it up a little. We can evade somehow. There we go. Let's go. How much energy do we have? 100. Maybe we can... We'll do another flicker. We're gonna transform this one into Rezo. And maybe we can attack from a distance. What is this guy doing? Yeah, he has a distortion field. Maybe we can attack this one instead. I return. Welcome back, Llama. Welcome back. Oh, wow. Okay. I thought it was dodging the first one. I thought I was dodging the attack. I got debated there for a second. Okay. EX action. We're gonna do a beam saber again. This one again. Just move, I guess. We'll go in the back. Let's see Rezi's beam saber. Maybe we should heal. I guess we can just. Maybe we can still. We can still deal with the damage. Not unless. There you go. Repair up and attack. We can hit the long rifle with this one. Oh, you're dead. Towards it. This guy will not be dead yet. Oh, okay. Yeah, definitely. This is a long tutorial. This is a long tutorial. Oh! I think I forgot something that I should be doing. Oh god, I forgot something. Oh my god. I forgot something that I should be doing hours ago. Change the category. Sorry, just give me one moment. I forgot to change the category, which I should be done for like hours ago. Sorry about it. Okay, there you go. Sorry. I hope Twitch didn't ban me. Actually, you know what? Let me check. Okay, we're good. Not banned yet. Not banned. What are you doing with me? Hypo Knuckle Buster with a beam rifle. Yeah, come at me, bro. Come at me, bro. Oop. Almost dead? Wow. Still alive? Okay, what I'm gonna do gonna freaking snipe you from this distance. If I can actually reach you, yeah, I can reach you. And let Mark II deal with the other one. Okay, and we'll deal spirits. Okay, we're gonna apply Valor, which makes our attack deal 100% damage. Maybe we can apply. I guess we can go ahead and attack. This guy's almost dead anyway. So he should be dead for this one attack. He should be dead. Even if you have that like distortion field stuff. Alright. All enemy units confirmed destroyed. Good job. Imagine more or less figure out how the game works. And that ends the practice battle. Make sure to check the lecture board. So hey, I noticed something labeled on the lecture board. Those indicate places for explanations of new systems that will appear as the game progresses. You'll be able to find out how new systems work as you play. You know what? You know what's weird? I haven't really checked the lecture board air codes that they're talking about. Please remember, the enemies you'll encounter in real battle are much stronger and quicker than the other ones here. But there's no need to worry. As you progress through the game step by step, you'll figure out how to clear each obstacle you meet. We believe in you. We know you'll figure out how to beat Super Robot Wars V. Oh, they believe in me. Thank you. I'm an idiot. But they believe in me. They believe in me, guys. I can do it. I can beat it. That's why I'm gonna go beginner mode. Let's close this battle map training and move on to the intermission explanation. Okay, so we're gonna go to the intermission where we can upgrade our mecha and such. Well done, everyone. Let's talk about the intermission. Intermission is different from the story sections of the game. Believe in the me who believes in you, as they say. True. The drill that will pierce the heavens or whatever they call it. Animation is different from the story section. This is the part of the game where you save your data and get ready for the next scenario, stuff like that. So you can do things like use money to earn in battle to customize your robots, or use attack points to develop skill programs, right? Right. At the beginning, you won't have many pilots and robots, so think carefully and train your units to fit your own style of play. Customizing your robots is especially important. The fight rates, HP, EN, armor, mobility, and targeting can all be customized up to level 5 and offer a special custom bonus when you do so. What gives you a good target when you're customizing your robots? Okay, player. I hate it when you call me player. I'm not a player, man. I'm not a player. I'm a one-woman man. Or so I think. Whenever she calls me player, and I'm being personally attacked. This training mission has only given you a glimpse of the vast world of Super Robot Wars V. From here on out, explore this world on your own. You start the game itself, you can choose me, VTuber, as your main character. However, the one you don't choose still show us in the game as a sub-character. Okay then, everyone, see you in the game. Help us fight to save the world. Alright, let's go. So we finished the tutorial after like an hour. Alright. So I guess we're gonna go ahead and start. And again, since I am a big coward, since I am the biggest coward you ever meet, I'm gonna go ahead and do beginner's mode because you told me that I do what's comfortable. I do whatever I want, so I am a coward. So I'm gonna go beginner, so I won't die a lot. Maybe I will die a lot, even if I'm a beginner. I'm that dumb. So gonna go ahead and beginner's mode. Okay, this is the crucial part. This is the crucial part. So we go with husbando, with tan grizzled husbando, or we go big booba. Okay, remember the Earth Federation Forces Lunar Special Tactics Lab Defense Force, formerly a mobile weaponry pilot with a lunar aviation wing. Remember, Earth Federation Force Third Special Tactical Lab Defense Force. This one has no combat experience and being instructed in the odd jobs and result. Okay. Yeah. So we're gonna go with the husbando or the buba waifu. You know what? I'm a degenerate. So I'm gonna go ahead with the waifu. Okay. Alright, we're not gonna change anything. So I guess we're gonna not change anything, you know, make everything canon. And this is her unit. This is the hero unit. For those of you who didn't know, I believe every Super Robot Wars game, no matter how many like robots from other existing series are in the particular game, you always pilot like an original unit with an original character. And basically this birthed the concept of the Super Robot Wars OG series or original generation, that are basically composed of all original robots from Van Presto, the company that made this series. So we're basically using a flagship, or sorry, an original mech or a hero mech, as they call it. But there's a whole Super Robot Wars game where everyone is original and didn't come from a particular series, which is something that I might play. If only I can get like a better way to make like the emulation look better on stream. Maybe we can play original generation, because that's one is in GBA, I believe. Or maybe there's I don't know. I gotta have to look for it. It's one chunky mech there on the left. Yeah, he is quite chunky. This may be a flight type. It looks like It looks like Ethan from Super Robot Wars OG with the side packs. Just turned him red. But I like the look of this mech. Although a little bit big for my taste. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and start. I personally like the chunky OG unit from SRWJ. I believe it's called the Grand T. Yeah, Grand T is like super chunky. Grand T is like super chunky. I think that's the one that is been piloted by 2 women. The Grand T, and has like a lot of crystals from what I remember. Yeah, but that one is super chunky as well. But we'll go ahead and start. I guess with waifu, Chitose. November 11, 2099. NCC Pluto Airspace. I didn't know I have to click it. Manyo. The Yugiri, Kurama, and Abukuma are down. Other vessels are also taking heavy fire. Commander! Bolt? Incoming transmission from the enemy. Attention, Earth Fleet. Surrender at once. How do you respond? Tell them we will never surrender. Sir? Never! Yes, sir. Earth Fleet reporting. Never. He said it as the captain said it. Like, I said never. The Takao, Shokai, and Ashigara are down. It's 99% of our fleet destroyed. Still no word from the Amaterasu. Not confirmed yet, sir. Wait, I'm getting a signal. It's a set course at a high velocity. It will pass Venus momentarily, arriving at Mars within 10 minutes. Find safe passage. Then land enhanced the forces stationed there. Send an encrypted message to HQ. Amano Iwato Hiraku. First fleet hereby ends in operation. Retreat. What is that destroyer doing? Whose ship is it? It's Lieutenant Commander Kodai Yukikazu, sir. What are you doing, Kodai? Follow my lead. I will not flee, Commander Okta. That's an order, Kodai. The Yukikazu will hold his line and cover the Kirishima's retreat. We lost a lot of good men, but the operation was a success. We have to withdraw, Kodai. The fleet will be entirely decimated, sir. There will be no one left to protect the Earth. With all due respect, sir, I cannot allow this place to be your grave. Earth needs men like you. The same goes to you. Follow us, Kodai. I appreciate you saying so, sir. I'll take your word for it. Follow us. You have to. Farewell, sir. Watch over the Earth for me. Apologies, everyone. The ship will now charge into enemy fleet. The Yukikaze is attacking the enemy fleet. Orders, Commander. Maintain this course, Yamanori. Maintaining course. Don't die on me, Kodai. Ah, what a hero. Good luck, Commander Akira. Earth speed is in your hands. Banzai! There she goes. The Yukikaze. I believe I did watch a few episodes of Yukikaze. Just a few. I don't really remember that much. I'm familiar, though. So is this like loading? Am I able to move? Okay. Oh, okay, it was loading. Sorry, I thought that my game crashed. Secret underground base, Bonomisaki, Kyushu, Japan. Ensign Murakumo, Lunar Special Tactical Lab Defense Force. 3rd Special Tactical Lab Defense Force, Ensign Kurosagi Chitose. Well done. I've only traveled to Earth from the moon. It wasn't that long of a journey. And yet you're quite a tad going. UV race got pretty intense in space. It's time to spruce as a pilot. Is that true? When you pilot so much in space, you get tan because of the UV rays? They even explained why he's tan. I'll be honest, I'm a little bummed that I only get a welcoming party of one. Sorry to disappoint, the 3rd Special Tactical Lab is also understaffed, I'm afraid. Yeah, it's so weird. Yeah, it's actually fascinating that you can explain why he's tan, because he's like a pilot, a space pilot, and the sun's UV rays makes him tan. It was all they can do to send an ensign to. It was all that they can do to send an ensign to greet you. Speaking of, I'm impressed. You look pretty young for an ensign. Actually, I'm second lieutenant by default. I'm the only one in the defense force. And a new recruit with no combat experience. Oh wow, that's a pretty tough situation. Since the base defense also falls within the purview of the lab defense units, I tend to get assigned to all the odd jobs. I got to try to spare though. I'm doing all I can to protect the space and ensure that Earth remains ever hopeful. Hopeful, huh? Did I say something out of line? No, you're fine. I just happened to hear what word after so much time away. Well then, let's process the delivery. Roger that. This delivery is the whole reason I'm here. So I might as well hand it over and complete my first mission ever. Okay, ERS 100. These goods are under the auspices of the Lunar Lab. Delivery confirmed. Do you know the contents of this container? Classified. Also, didn't really ask. But the researchers who entrusted me with said that it'll give Earth some hope. Well, that's great news. We all have the hope we need. Though I can't imagine that whatever this briefcase will have much of an effect. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no! What's happening? We're under attack. The enemies must be after whatever you delivered. It's the Camillans. As if the meteor strike wasn't enough, they've come to attack us head on. Wait, where are you going, Ensign? I'm a pilot. When enemies attack, I return fire. I understand, but these attacks have already done considerable damage to the base. The hangar was housed in your aircraft was destroyed. Well, that certainly puts a wrench in things. So you'll have to evacuate. The evac block is just 100 meters away from here. Turn right once you exit this room. What are you going to do? Well, I have no choice. Are you going to fight them? I'm taking mobile weapons training, but I don't have my own. But if nothing else, you can spot the Camillans for those who are fighting. Alright. Here we go. Whoa. What the? Epstein did come to see the Camillans as well? Negative. We got orders to intercept, but a mechanical failure has encountered. We've record new Cosmos Zero. I'm sure we'll get an earful for it too. That's pretty rough. But it looks like the enemy has been held off, so defense security should relieve you soon. Wait a minute, what's that? It looks like the wreckage of a battleship. Oh my gosh! I didn't think you could be so reckless. What did you plan to do? Hello to you too, Ensign Miraculo. The Rosa never would have to expect the shipwreck to show in here. It's even more surprising to see the Camillans. That's the Yamato. This old shipwreck was exposed now that the ocean has dried up. Fabled Yamato. So that's Earth's last weak hope. I have to get aboard. So this is long. This is actually a long scenario. The planet bomb launched from Pluto wiped out the space colonies. When it had hurt, the oceans evaporated, the air was polluted, and cities were leveled. The loss of life was staggering. Those who survived fled to underground shelters, where scientists estimated humanity would survive only a year before collapsing completely. Those scientists underestimated humanity's resilience. Getting tongue twisted. I should read a little bit slower. Humanity's fate now rests with the crew of one ship, the ship known as the Yamato. Federation Far East Headquarters, Japan. I wonder what this is about. Me too. What exactly are they doing to make this do? They got us together and made us wear these get-ups. What's going on? Maybe it's that escape plan. The Azuma plan? What do you think? What do you think it is, Kodai? I have no idea. I'm here, Mamoru. You should be too. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Admiral Okita. He commanded the forces during the M operation off Pluto. I've heard that battle was just a plan to distract the enemy while another ship headed for Mars. If so, did my brother die in vain? You are here because you received specialized training as crew selected for the Azuma plan. I am here today to present you your official rules to you. But this is by no means an escape plan. First, I want you to watch this. It's a video message we received during the Battle of Pluto. Is this what was inside the capsule we brought back with us? I am Starsha of the Iskandar. Who is this? Now more than ever, beloved Earth faces destruction at the hands of the Gamillans. The Gamillans. Knowing this, 1 year ago I entrusted the blueprints for a wave motion engine to my sister Rurisha and sent her to Earth. Just to let you know, this character is basically a borrow over from another series, which is the Space Pirate Harlock, which is basically made by the same people that made, Space Battleship Yamato. So, yeah. If you can decipher the blueprints to finish the engine, you can travel to Iskandar. On Skandar, we can have systems capable of removing pollution and restoring planets. Is she serious? Unfortunately, we currently have no way of transporting these systems to Earth. What I can do is to have my sister Sasha hand-deliver the latest model of the wave motion core, which drives the wave motion engine. It's my firm belief that you will conquer any unforeseen hardships en route to Iskandar. 1 year ago, Earth received a wave motion engine schematics from Skandar. We use it to complete a ship capable of interstellar travel. I didn't think that interstellar travel was even possible. Its name is the Yamato. I've heard that somewhere before. According to the information in the capsule, Skandar is located 168,000 light years from Earth in the large Magellanic Cloud. This makes it 336 light-year round trip, unlike any humans have ever experienced. This is not a mandatory mission. Those of you who stay behind may do so. We'll set sail tomorrow morning at 600 hours. Lateness will be taken as decided to stay. So it's true. It was the Azuma plan. I guess we have got a choice to make. We're making a long journey to Skandar. Dismissed. Okay, so they're basically going to a planet for a wave motion engine thingy. To retrieve a technology. Yo, it's Jose. Everything going okay? You're acting rather familiar inside. We've known each other for a whole week. I think we've gotten to know each other for now. I disagree. Okay. So how do we get to know each other better? You can start by calling me by my name. Oh, you, Sly, you. Getting the waifu already? Prefer not to, Ensign. I was just joking. Tough ground. Anyway, how are things going with the ERS 100? You ever figure out where it was? No. I just do the odd jobs around here, so I'm not that privy in the details of research. You seemed a little down today. Did that attack from the Gamillan shake you up a bit? Or is it something else? That attack hits this era pretty hard. But our world springs eternal. The Yamato right. I heard all about that. It leaves tomorrow, you know? I'm aware. So is this what you doubt to say? Are you trying to think about? Are you thinking about it? I've already asked for permission to board. I was denied. Oh. I've dreamed of riding aboard the Yamato ever since I was stationed here. So it's Earth's last hope after all. I can see why you have been drawn by it. I know why they denied me. I have next to no combat experience. I'm basically a rookie. Well, yes, just keep it up. You won't be a new recruit forever, but there's a will, there's a way. It's kind of cliche. It's kind of cliche, but it's true. Yeah, I know. What's wrong? I thought you were a joker inside, Murakumo. Maybe I had you pegged wrong. See? What the hell? You don't know me well enough. I guess we have to keep developing our... That'll be all, inside. If you need something to do, help me with my assignment. Okay, let's not go overboard. I'm off duty until I go back to the moon, and I am fully to enjoy every second. Ensign, thinking. I feel a little better now. At least I can face tomorrow's loss with a smile now. So yep, this is what I'm talking about with the long intermission. This is what I'm talking about, and we're just in scenario 1. So I guess we can just finish this scenario and then call it at that, because I've been streaming for like 3 hours now. Maybe it's enough. Just so you know, for those who are new here, I can only stream for like around 4 to 5 hours at least, or at the most, because my internet here, where I am, is basically only works around these times. Any other time, it would either give me like drop frames or not even connect me at all. So, just so you know. But we can go ahead and finish the scenario, and then we can call it at that. Moving on. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and take a break really quick. And then, once I come back, we're gonna go ahead and continue this and maybe complete the first scenario. I'll be right back, just taking a pee-pee. Alright, go ahead. Don't go away. Don't go away. Alright, I'm back. Just took a quick peep. A quick peep peep. And we should be back here. Okay. Alright, so go ahead and continue. Alright. I should be able to see the Yamato from here. The Yamato is going to save the world. Hear that, Mom? That and you? Okay, that's curious. Why is he obsessed with the Yamato? Yamato hangar. Officer Kodai. So you're the one. Lieutenant Junior Grade Kato. Appointed aircraft squad captain. You have my apologies. For what? The restrictions after I piloted the Cosmos Zero without permission? I'm not upset about that. It was my fault anyway. But let me just say this. I'll take orders from you because you're my superior. Much appreciated. But you'll pay if you get anyone needlessly killed. Well, you won't have to worry about that. Better not have to. That'll be all, Lieutenant. I'm not joking around. Ooh, someone gets salty. So he's the tactical officer? What are you doing here, Yamamoto? I thought you were assigned to accounting. Yes, sir. Returning now, sir. Come on, Yamamoto from accounting. Why are you butting in? Go back and do your numbers. Okay, time to get sorted. Are you Tactical Officer Kodai? Whoa, is something wrong? Not at all. You just startled me, miss. Incredible. She looks almost exactly like the Iskandarian woman we saw on Mars. An operations officer, Yukimori. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. Where's the commander? Where's Commander Okita? He's in his quarters, I think. Thanks. What is that all about? Excuse me, sir. Oh, you must be the tactical officer. What is it? Sir, I'm the brother of Mamoru Kodai, commanding officer of the Yukikaze. I see. Continue. I heard the M operation was a diversion to ensure the Skandarian ship's safe passage. Did the men and women on the front lines know that? Mamoru Kodai was a fine man, an exemplary serviceman. And I was the one who ordered him to his death. How? I'm sorry, sir. One more thing, Commander Akita. Go ahead. Regarding my appointment as a tactical officer, sir, frankly speaking, I'm not qualified, sir. Frankly speaking, all of the other candidates under consideration for leadership positions were killed in the attack on this base. But let me finish. The man who was to fill this position was none other than your brother Mamoru. So Mamoru is the one that died earlier, riding the ship while Okita and his crew are escaping, probably. You can't be serious. I had a look in your record and determined that you can adequately perform your duties. Now it's up to you to do so. Understood, sir. Dismissed. Yamato Bridge. Let me check my levels. Okay. Ah, Shima. Hey Kodai, sorry I'm late. You wanted to see me about something? Never mind, I've taken care of it. That should be everyone. Indeed. Executive Officer, Lieutenant Commander Shiro Sanada. So, Engineering Officer, Lieutenant Commander Hikozaemon Tokugawa. So, Head Navigator, Lieutenant Daisuke Shimoda. Sir. Operations Officer, Lieutenant Yuki Mori. Sir. Tactical Officer, Lieutenant Susumu Kodai. Sir. I'm counting on you. Yes, sir. Here we go. There's an attack. The enemy is attacking. Comms Officer, confirm situation with HQ. Reply for HQ. Interstellar ballistic munitions confirmed. You're heading for this ship. So the last attack was just a way to make sure the Yamato actually existed. Can we set sail yet? Starting the wave motion and I'm sorry. I'm not so good with robot voices. It feels so stereotypical. Okay, here we go. Starting the wave motion engine requires a large amount of electrical power. What the heck was that? The Yamato's autonomous subcomputer, AU-09. Please address me as the analyzer. Oh my god, I'm such a child. Tokugawa, go order engineering to start the wave motion engine. Roger. Battle stations everyone. The enemy will send more than missiles. What the? Yeah, the analyzer. Yeah. Oh my god, I'm so cringe. Incoming transmission from HQ. Enemy forces are closing in on the Yamato. That's the last thing we need. Okay, here we go. The chameleons are here. No, can't be. That's a tactical lab. Oh no. You bombed it. This is awful. Is anybody here? Bill Kisaragi with the defense unit. Please respond. Station is not enough for you, Camillus. You took our oceans. You took our lives. You took our future. What's next? Wait, there's something happening there. This wasn't here 3 days ago, was it? How did this get here? This lab wasn't developing any weapons. I have no choice. Correction to Sose, that was a tactical science lab. Yeah, you actually have a point. They keep on calling the science lab the lab a tactical lab, so there should be like tactical things in it. I have no choice. I have to give it a shot. Or maybe she's the only one that is not aware that they are in a tactical science lab. Because she's doing so much odd jobs. It's not past. That was. Oh, okay. Yeah, it was the tactical science lab. It was before, not now. It's not good looking. The base defense force has been wiped out. Damn. Can we mobilize the Falcon? Commander. For now, we wait. Are you sure? Kodai, look, some of the defense force is still alive. A robot. Okay. I like that theme. Okay, theme is bopping. I am liking it. Okay. I am liking the theme. Alright, alright. Okay. I may have found a new theme for my stream. I may have found a new theme for my streaming stuff. for my background music stuff. So, alright. That's a good one. Ooh. Crescendo. Alright. Okay. I'm liking it. I'm liking the theme. I'm liking it. So let's move on. What's going on with that unit? What's all of this? Is it possible to control this thing? Cockpit looks sturdy enough to protect the pilots who are not wearing a flight suit, but this still seems really dangerous. There's a way too much power and more weapons than anybody needs. Was this some sort of a crazy prototype? Or a defective machine? Tower robot. Okay, seems to have stabilized. Now I think I can get a handle of the controls. I just need to figure out what's going on with the firearms control system. Release the cutters. Huh? FCS was set to auto. I think I can live with that. Do you think it's malfunctioning? I can tell. I can't tell. Suspicions from the machine. It says leave everything to me. Let it take the front line. Focus on the launching the ship. Roger. This machine even has its own repair apparatus. If things get crazy, I bet it can activate it and something will manage. Alright, Gamilans. I'm not letting you take away anything else. We're eternally hopeful. Okay, here we go. Actual gameplay. For like an hour. After an hour of reading. Actual gameplay. So we're just gonna do this. We can just complete the first scenario, I guess. Until intermission. Victory conditions, defeat all enemy. Defeat conditions, Vangray is defeated. Oh, so the unit's name is Vangray. Badass name. It's a badass name. Beginner's advice: when an enemy deals big damage on your attacks, don't hit enemies. Try using spirit commands. Spirit points used for spirit commands are recovered by 5 at the start of each turn. Okay. That's good. I love the name of the mecha. Vangray. So, what can you do? So I have a move 6. Armor is 1800. Okay. Mobility is 120. Sight is 145. But we don't really have like anything that we can like compare. Trust and 0 in. Strong luck, potential L7. So strong luck is increased money gain. Potential level 7. As HP decreases, accuracy, evasion, critical, defense will increase. Extended effect correlates with skill level. Attack after adjacent ally attacks. 50% of the original damage dealt. Number of times to use is equivalent to skill level. Support attack will be critical hit. Does not apply to second attacks. So, Spirit Command, she has Trust and 0 in. So anyway, for those of you who don't know, a pilot is also very important for the mech, because the pilot, it's only the pilot that provides like the spirit commands. The spirit commands that you can apply to the mech depends on the pilot that is piloting the mech, which is something that is like required for each unit. Like each unit has their own like pilot that that pilot needs to be in that mech. But I believe for like original robots or original mech like Vangray, you can put in any pilot. I believe. Yeah. and pilots can be switched between most mechs from their respective series. Yeah. So if a pilot belongs to a specific series, any mecha from that particular series can be piloted by that same pilot, as long as they belong to the same series, I guess. I remember. So yeah. In pilots, the thing about pilots is they do have special skills that applies to the mechs as well, and they are the ones who determine what spirit commands that you can use on a particular mech. So pilots are also important as well, and you also upgrade them as well. You train pilots as well. So here's Vangray. Vangray looks good, actually. A little bit chonky for my taste, but it's good. So Railgun Gecko, Particle Cannon Senpu, Positron Impact Turret Jinrai. So anyway, we're gonna go ahead and move. How much can you move? Okay, you can move too far. You can actually move far. What's your EX action? Boost dash. Smash hit in the direction. Go ahead and move. Maybe we can attack one of them, yeah. That was my first combat experience. I never thought I would be part of the battle for Earth. Mom, Dad, you, give me strength to keep fighting. Okay, we're gonna see the waifu in action. I think extra actions require to have a battleship unit to supply them. Yeah. Honestly, this is the first time that I saw like an EX action. This is the first time that I'm seeing this mechanic, so I'm not so familiar with it. But there's like the EX count. Not sure if that counts towards the EX action. I did it! I can totally do this! I'm conquering my fear. I can even go into battle with this thing. Okay, so let's end. What can you do for an attack? Oh, you cannot do anything for an attack. Okay. So you cannot attack anything. You cannot do anything. Positron Impact Turret Jinrai. Let's try this. just nuke. They just nuked it. She just straight up nuked it. Yeah. Straight up nuke the guy. Like, Jesus Christ. These are like just aircrafts. Maybe we can kill one more.
動きの先の先、さらにその先を読めば火力ならこれが一番。エネルギー充填。そこ。
Okay, it seems like she's just shooting at a random spot because she knows it will just hit everything.
撃墜確認。
Alright, level up. This is the weaker one. We haven't seen this one yet, the gecko.
ガミラス、私たちは負けないから。勝負よ、ガミラス。
They're just straight up dead. So these are like just easy units. Somehow I made it out. Not alive. Time to survey the situation. What's the situation, Tokugawa? We don't have power. We don't have the power to start it. Electricity coming up. Old man, sweep it away. I thought we were going to fall short even if we used all the power in the Far East. And yet look. Hang on, Okita. We're diverting power from the Yamato to the Africa, Eurasia, and North America. Huh? The world pins its hope in the Yamato, sir. Oh, I know that voice. That voice is very familiar.
機関始動ライホイール接続出圧上昇90、96、100エネルギー充填 120%
波動エンジン回転数良好いきます。
惑星間弾道弾捉えました。
戦隊を起こせ偽装解除
Ooh, cool. Animation.
これは
この船は敵の目を欺くため偽装していたのだ。
Damn, they just one up the positron cannon from Evangelion like that in order of magnitude.
偽装じゃあ僕たちが見たあの沈没戦艦だ。
そうだヤマトだ宇宙戦艦ヤマトだ敵惑星間弾道弾をここで迎撃する主砲発射準備
主砲発射準備
Everyone, get to your post.
バスビオヤマト発進
バツ秒ヤマト発進します。
主砲発射準備
はい。主砲
Oh my god, the budget.
エンジンからエネルギー伝導
Budget.
照準合わせ誤差修正マイナス1コンマ3
測定よし照準よし
ち方始め。
Attack! The budget. Most of the game's budget was here. We fund the budget, boys. Half of the game's budget was spent on that 3D animation because they never do it. They don't do that thing in Super Robot Wars, man. They mostly just use moving JPEGs. And this one they're using 3D. That explosion was immense. Must have vaporized the entire ship. Spoke too soon. The Yamato is intact. Disable wave motion barrier. No damage to report, sir. We did it. We survived. Godai. Sir. Well done. Thank you, sir. Come on, give yourself a pat on the back. We got a long, long journey ahead of us. One unlike any mankind has undertaken. I cannot congratulate myself just yet. She's finally awoken. Godspeed, Yamato. You're a beacon of hope. Ensign Kisaragi Chitose and the Vanguard are ordered to join the Yamato. Is this some sort of a simplified directive? I mean, how am I supposed to follow this order? The hatch open. No one could open onward, I guess. Let's go, Vanguard. I can do anything as long as I got you. Alright, here we go. There's our battleship unit. We're embarking on a 168,000 light year journey to Iskandar. Steel yourself. The Yamato's battles just begun. And there you go. We cleared. Yay! Now we're gonna play it until intermission and just I'm gonna stop it right there. Whew, at least the Vanguard can automatically dock itself. That's a break. Stose, is that you, isn't it? It's Markmo. How did you get here? You know, I managed. I headed to the evacuation block just as the attack began. The guys at the lab said you weren't there. We were going pretty crazy. Oh, good. Everyone's safe. And they asked me if I would be so kind as to go as a search for you, Tose. Which is how I ended up getting sudden orders from the board of the Yamato, so I did. I got the same order. There must have been a last minute vacancy that I needed to fill. I'm sorry. Just don't say. Sorry about that. You don't man. Okay. I'm pretty sure that's not how it works. Hold it right there. We have you surrounded. Don't even think about moving. And who are you exactly? We're the Yamato Security Detail. I'm its captain, Lieutenant Junior Grade Shinya Ito. I had to apprehend the stowaways. Stowaways? Who? Us? Oh, we got it all wrong. We have determined that you have boarded the ship without permission. That'll be all, Officer Hoshida. Detain the stowaways, quick! Yes, sir. Are you serious? Hey, what are you doing? I was just following orders. What's the meaning of this? Okay, so we are now in intermission. So let's go just really quick. Just save it. I think we can go ahead and just upgrade it and then save it. Because we can just end it right here. So let's do customization. Let's go to Fangray. Because we're gonna spend some money on upgrading this. Or maybe we can go upgrade. Maybe we can go to armor first. maybe some weapon rank. We don't have any money. Skill tree. The special. Produce the above skill program. Maybe we can do it. So these are like special scenarios. Skill tree. Racist Pirate CQB. Produce a pop skill program. Okay. Close quarters battles CQB, I believe. Skill program. Tose. Learn skill. Ignore size when attacking large opponents. They count increases in damage. Maybe we can decrease the yen consumption per weapons. The extent of effect correlates with skill level. So maybe we can do this. Cannot produce end results. Oh, okay. So maybe we cannot like learn skills yet, but we can at least upgrade Kitose, I believe. Parameter, range, close quarters, skill, defense, evade. Cannot produce more skill programs. Not enough back points. Oh, okay. So since I did a CQB skill program earlier. That's why you get CQB here. Yeah, okay, let's go. Yes. Okay. Let's go ahead and save. Alright, so I guess we can go ahead and end with that. Let me close this one up. Alright, I guess we can go ahead and end with that. It's already at my limited time, so I'm sorry if I had to cut this one short. But don't worry, there will be a stream on Monday, 2 p.m. EST. And on our next stream, just a reminder, we will be having our unbiased, non-partisan, no preference, no nationalism, patriotism, whatever, Filipino food tier list. That's right. We're gonna rank Filipino foods on tiers, and I will be very, very impartial about it. Alright? I will definitely make sure that I will be as impartial and not patriotic as possible when ranking these Filipino foods. Don't tell me that if I am Filipino, I should be ranking, certain foods higher than whatever. But don't worry, I'll be as impartial and unbiased as possible when it comes to ranking Filipino food. So that will be the one that we will be doing next stream. Okay, on Monday, 2 p.m. EST, and probably maybe later in the day. After this, later in the day, I might post the schedule for the next week's stream. As I discussed earlier, basically we'll be segregating each day with different types of like content for the streaming. So just to repeat, just to make like a little review, Mondays would be big events / tabletop RPG days. And thank you so much for the follow, Lemon Lord the Crab Slayer. Thank you so much, and we reached 21 followers. Yes. Thank you so much for all those who followed, and thank you so much, Lava Lord, the Crab Slayer, for the follow. We just reached 21 followers. We actually need 50 for the affiliate rank, but we'll get there. So we're gonna set a new goal then. Just give me one moment. Here. Maybe we can. Yeah, I guess I'll just update it next time. The goal, we'll be setting the next goal to 30 followers. So thank you so much for all of those follows. And going back, as I mentioned earlier, we'll be segregating the schedules. Monday would be big event / tabletop RPG days, wherein just like what we will be doing on Monday, we'll be doing like a single stream event. And that stream event would be, as I mentioned, Filipino food tier list on Monday. But that Monday will also share the tabletop RPG days, wherein I discuss tabletop RPGs. We're gonna either talk about things like D&D, and maybe even try out and learn new systems, new RPG systems. You never know. Or maybe we can do some D&D games, or basically anything tabletop RPGs. The Wednesdays, just like right now, Wednesdays will be gaming day, just like what we did earlier. We're gonna go ahead and play some games, video games. We're gonna play some video games on Wednesdays, 2 p.m. EST. That'll be dedicated to games and gaming. We're gonna do a little bit of something different before we game, but basically it's a gaming day for Wednesdays. And Fridays would be Free Talk Fridays, where we do just whatever. We just talk whatever. Let's movies, anime, other geek stuff, life, social media, whatever we find fancy. We're gonna talk about it. Maybe something that happened recently or throughout the week. We're gonna do that on Free Talk Fridays. So that'll be Fridays, 2 p.m. EST. So that will be our setup schedule. So I'll be posting the schedule for the next week on what we're gonna do, probably later in the day, if I don't oversleep. Hopefully. And also, YouTube videos will be up, I guess, around the next week. Hopefully I'll be able to finish rendering the rest of the videos and post them all at the same time and premiere them all at the same time, so we can launch the YouTube page hopefully by next week, by Monday as well. We can make it as a big event as well, the YouTube page launch. And I'm talking about the main YouTube page. The VOD YouTube page for VODs is already up. The link is on the bottom. You can go ahead and subscribe to that, so that if you missed a VOD, if you miss a stream, you can watch the VODs at any time, instead of relying to Twitch, wherein they delete VODs. There's our YouTube channel where you can watch the past streams. So there's that. What else? I guess that's it. So again, thank you so much for those who watch, who pass by, or give us a follow whatnot. And twitter.com/RyuShinden. You can go ahead and give me a follow for that Twitter account. I post a lot of things in there, especially updates about the streams. I'll be posting the schedule there as well. And also some spicy memes if you like those. So anyway, again, thank you so much for being here at the Hero Base, and I guess I'll see you next time on Friday, 2 p.m. EST, for another wonderful stream here at the Hero Base. And again, it is me, Ryu Shinden, your Armored VTuber, signing off rather, and brave on. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bye bye. Boing boing. Say bye bye. You see you smiling. Bye bye. Bye bye.